like 7 million impressions, and I'm like, okay, I guess I can buy the verification check mark now.
Yeah. Mine was it was when Harris went on The View, and she was making all these weird faces to Whoopi Goldberg, and some black person had like, it's like me and my black colleague in a meeting, non-verbally communicating, and I just went, great, can you do that in movie theaters too? And that was enough to
That one.
yeah.
I think I retweeted that one too.
I can't figure it out. I'm like, I'm not gonna keep messing with this. I think I've made like $20 or something from it. I'm like, it's too much effort. Like I thought it was gonna be something I could just,
Yeah, you have to know the secrets. Like I don't know if it's intentionally confusing or if it's just how the system had been built up over the past 10 years.
Well, I don't know.
I wasn't thinking this is a show. Do you want to do? I don't know what this is your show, right? This is a thing.
This is the show.
So, I mean, I didn't go into this with any plan. I brought some like potential things we could discuss. But I mean, I'm just down to shoot the shit. I don't really care.
Yeah, we start streaming and it's like, what should we talk about? And then we can't think of anything. Does Nerkish sound a little quiet in the mix though? Or is that just me?
Is it? Here, do I need to adjust my game?
Let me up your volume a little bit.
Little tiny bit.
This microphone also has a gain function that I hit a lot. I don't know if I'm like...
It sounds a little better. Okay.
Well, you've been doing really well with you've been doing your like boomer slap.
my mainstream Doug TenNapel style.
Yeah.
You've been doing better than he is sometimes.
Huh? Oh yeah, Doug. YouTube's another enigma to me though. That everything I thought I knew about it before I started doing well on it is like completely, like everything I thought I knew about YouTube was wrong, or at least like I don't know, like that. Even now I don't fully understand it.
Yeah, the rules are
like a
there's some set rules for YouTube at least, but yeah, it's still confusing.
Well, that's why I wanted to do this on Twitter because like I don't know what I'll get in trouble for on YouTube. I have a very good feel for what I'll get in trouble with on Twitter.
Yeah. I mean, YouTube. I had to. So Doug had made. He did a Kamala Harris video or something because I talked to him pretty frequently, and he did a Kamala Harris video, and he said something. It was like a very benign thing. It wasn't like remotely edgy. And then YouTube slapped him with something, and then they eventually revoked it. But I was like, oh no, you can't, like I was like, it's so weird that I'm the one telling you to water things down now when, like normally, but I was like, no, you can't. I don't even
like,
YouTube
I don't even
make fun of the way somebody looks. Yeah. It's
because YouTube will hit you with a hate speech strike and then pull it back. And it's like, okay, so YouTube, you don't even know how your own rules work then. I know it's AI, but still.
Yeah. I was going to say, I get the impression it's all bots.
Yeah.
Like it's a lot of bots and then some like, Indian guy being like, okay, and then it just like unchecks the box or something. Like, I don't feel like there's a lot of people deeply reviewing your stuff on YouTube.
Yeah, Nope Fulv on our Discord today said AI just stands for actually Indian.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, it's got the level of art skill, I guess.
Yeah, AI is good at art. Well, AI is good at coloring. That's really what it's best at.
I mean, my little frame I have here on the stream, I generated that with Grok. Like, I've been using AI a lot, well, mostly to make deranged, like, pictures of Donald Trump, because that's really all Grok is good for.
Pregnant Donald Trump, stuff like that.
Donald Trump knocked up by Kamala Harris, stuff like that.
Yes.
What's it called? Was it Chat GP? What was the one that everyone was using before it? Mini? I can't remember.
There was a DALL-E, and there was Stable Diffusion, and there was the Bing one. The Bing one, I think, is DALL-E 3.
The very first one that everyone started. I can't even think of.
I think that's DALL-E, the one that would generate like 9 images, and they were all kind of shitty.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, no, not that one. I guess the second one. But there was one that generated fairly decent images. But you could, when I was doing the early days of the the more mainstream YouTube channel, you cannot type any prompt into it because I would just use AI images for like the basic thing, not like clickbait things. But if I was just like Michelle Obama worried, it'd be like, we can't do that. We can't do Michelle Obama. But then I was like, Donald Trump with piss coming out of his eyes. They'd be like, okay, you know, like they didn't care if it was Trump. But if I said anything like Barack Obama concerned, or you know, like just not anything remotely that was not positive, or something with a liberal, it would not generate the image at all.
Grok is kind of different, where I can tell that they're very concerned about like using it to generate pornography. So like I can generate 1,000,000 things of Donald Trump. I cannot generate that same prompt with Kamala Harris. It doesn't work.
I wish I sometimes I use Grok for like fact checking, or if I'm like, you know, I don't know anything, like when I'm doing a video or something. But like I wish that they could somehow integrate that into like I want Twitter to be searchable in a practical, real way.
Well, what the fuck happened to the search engine in the past like 6 months? It doesn't work.
Yeah, like I'll just type like, you know, I don't know, Trump rally, and I'm like, feasibly, logically, you would assume that you would see the most recent Trump rallies going back. This is like, oh, it's a rally from 2016 or something. Like they're just all over the place based on some sort of criteria that I don't even fully understand. I'm like, what? You know,
Google's
or if
like
you're
that
trying
now
to find
too.
like Google's just like a complete. I don't even trust Google.
I remember 15 years ago,
Search is just ruined.
Yeah. They've lobotomized Google's actual search features, like going back 10 years now, so much. I don't think they would even know how to fix it.
Do you remember the older day? Like, you know, I'm a millennial, or I guess technically, like, there's a name for like Oregon Trail generation, like that, you know, 1985 type.
Like an early millennial.
Yeah, when you used to be able to like backdoor your way into websites just based on the URL. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if you ever did that, but you could kind of figure out how to like get into websites just based on the structure of a URL, and you're searching and then like figuring out how the website's laid out. Now it's basically just like image doesn't even work now. You can't reverse image search anything. Like, it's just like complete nonsense. Half the time it's just trying to sell you crap. So if I'm like, where's this image from? It's like, you like this t-shirt or something? And it's like, nope, that's not what I was looking for.
Yeah, there's a lot of sales, and it's usually like the same stock images over and over and over again. And it's that, and it's AI, and sometimes you'll find something. Like looking up, like, I have a Shadow the Hedgehog wallpaper on my laptop, and just pulling that up, like, you get a bunch of like stupid shit that's not relevant to what I'm looking for. It's very weird, and I like AI as like a tool to generate images for fun. I'm not like one of those people who loses their fucking mind over, oh, it's going to replace artists or whatever. But as
I wish,
like, using it for search engine results has not worked. It's been a complete failure, and it needs to go away.
It's telling people to commit suicide and actually like, well, you could try mixing ammonia and bleach if you want to clean stuff, and it's like, oh no, people are going to take this advice now. Thank you, AI. Yeah, the AI has an agenda for sure.
There are practical functions for it, but yeah, it's completely like backwards and retarded. I'm not. There are times where I kind of am impressed. I'm like, oh, that's neat or that's useful, but what people seem to think it is, I'm not incredibly. The other thing with the creative process, I'm like, you know, Hollywood and corporations have basically reduced the whole industry into like analog AI anyway, so I don't really care. You know, like Marvel films are like analog AI. Like, they're so formulaic and they're so structured in a certain way, and it has to look a certain way. I don't really care if a computer is doing that or some, you know, army of like neckbeards. You know, like I don't know why that's a big deal to me. Like, it's just like, oh, okay, so it's all derivative crap anyway. It's not like something unique and, you know,
yeah. Well, they're actually using AI now. I mean, did you see the Thunderbolts poster where I think I'm not sure if it's Sentry or someone has 6 fingers.
Oh no, I haven't. I've switched off so much of like Marvel stuff and all that. I can't think of the last Marvel thing I saw.
Oh, we just watched Agatha all along, and it was torture. It was so horrendously bad. By the final episode, I was actually pissed off. I was actually mad that I sat through it.
I'm at the age now where I just assume everybody is a little bit like me, and then I was at a meeting or like a work function. It was like a little, you know, party, like forced fun thing. And there was a new guy they hired who was like, I don't know, he's like a 17-year-old, 18-year-old, like kind of probably like gay guy or something, but he's trying to make small talk, and he doesn't have anything to talk about because he's like 20. So he's just like, I saw Agatha all along, and then all the fat old middle-aged women, like, it turned on some sort of receptor, and they're like, oh my god, and then they became like Marvel nerds, and you know, they're like, oh, did you think Warlock's alive, and they didn't show his body, and I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Like, it was so bizarre. And then like there was a whole cohort of half of the office gossiping about Agatha and like all these Marvel shows, and I was like, I thought Marvel was dead. Apparently it's just like fat ladies now that like it or something.
I haven't even heard of that one. I think the last one I saw was the Doctor Strange movie, and it was just because it was directed by Sam Raimi.
Well, that movie was where I was like, okay, it's never going to be good again.
Yeah,
because you got Sam Raimi to make a movie and somehow fucked it up.
It's like, I actually started to relate to the people who like the Star Wars prequels, because I was like, you know, in retrospect, Spider-Man 3 had some positive aspects to it. I started liking
well,
it.
At least it had a soul, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, that's one of the main. Like it. I don't know. I think
there was a story arc. Wow.
Yeah, and it was fun. Like it was just like fun. Like there was. I mean, it was stupid, but you could tell there was like a human making it, and he was just like fucking around, and like it was. I don't know. Like at least there's good memes from it. Right?
Yeah, like even the dumb parts where he's like dressing up in the black suit and going like, trying to be cool on the street. It's like, oh, that's kind of cute. I mean, that always was very goofy, but it's easier to appreciate now because it was self-aware, clearly, and tongue-in-cheek, without being like winking at the camera too blatantly like they would have to these days.
I mean, you could go first.
I was gonna say there's also I mean, it's been so long since I've seen that movie, but I remember there being like at least one or two scenes where I'm like, that wasn't bad. Like when I don't know, that fight with Peter and Harry when he like he threw the bomb and then he got it and threw it back at him. I was like, that was okay. You know, like at least there was like little kernels of like that was okay action, or that was, you know, most of these Marvel things it feels like I remember when I watched the Transformers. And my brain just shut down where I was like, I don't know what I'm looking at. Like, it just looks like computer stuff moving around on the screen. And that's how I feel with Marvel.
Smoking Skelly in the chat says the Sandman scene was awesome. Now, I was going to mention that Sandman was, like, the best part of that movie. And then I actually, you know, I don't really care about comic book shit anymore, but, like, I did go see Spider-Man No Way Home in the theater. And
that's the last one I saw.
I was so pissed off at... Sandman, like, because he's the one bad guy who is alive and is a good guy by the end, and then in the movie he just gets pissed off and becomes like he spurgs out and is like, I'm a monster man again, and is awful.
They didn't really do anything with him in that movie either, but they gave his arc to all of the other villains.
Yes,
I didn't see that one. I saw the one before that with
Mysterio.
Yeah, that was the last Marvel movie I saw, and my buddy and I were like pissing ourselves laughing at that scene where in my head I was like, they're done, Marvel's done. Like I thought that movie was terrible, and then apparently people liked it, but that scene where
I thought it was okay.
Mysterio, I don't know, it felt so bad. I mean, but that scene where Mysterio was like explaining his plan in the bar.
Oh yeah,
so where it's like, and Debbie, Stark was bad to you because you couldn't get like PMS leave, and that I was just like, what the fuck is going on? Like, it was so weird, and it also felt really cheap to me. Like there were scenes in that movie where I'm like, it just felt like Tom Holland was wearing like a cheap suit, you know, like they didn't. I don't know, it just felt so off and like.
Well, they're all wearing like green screen like mocap suits now. There's not even like real costumes anymore.
Yeah, it was just weird. It felt like it was made in that like the first.
Well, it's
X-Men
like the other Sony movies
not...
too. The other Sony Marvel movies.
Yeah, I guess that's it. It felt more like a Venom than it did.
I liked Venom more than No Way Home.
Yeah, I thought the Venom movie was okay too. By okay, I mean like 5 out of 10 for basically all the.
It was just Tom Hardy having a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it had funny scenes, but there are also times where I'm like, what accent is that? Like, what is he doing? Like,
just baffling.
So we're all playing Veilguard, right? like everyone's.
No,
of course.
I'm not even pirating it. No.
Yes. I finally revealing my trans identity by playing Veilguard.
Oh, yeah,
I get the same experience by just yelling at my dad on Thanksgiving. I could just say I disagree with him about something. I don't actually have to, and it's basically the same thing as playing Dragon Age Veilguard.
Yeah, I think video games are like in such a weird state. I don't know, like they have so many hurdles to overcome. Sometimes, like I'm playing Unicorn Overlord. I really like that, but I mean, it has a terrible name. But it's like a solid, fun little RPG, like JRPG.
Yeah, I've seen that. I wanted to pick that up. I want to get into those like Square Enix like retro style RPGs they've been putting out because they all look really good.
Traveler and stuff.
It is really good. It's fun if you like that type of stuff. But it's like most modern gaming is just even if you remove the woke stuff, you still have like a competence issue of people like making a game properly
with the
just like
AAA games, certainly.
Yeah, and then you also have the whole thing where it's like, even on top of that, then it has to be creative and fun. So, it's like, you have so many hurdles to overcome where it's like, even if they just got rid of all the woke stuff, you still have just Assassin's Creed 14, like slopping out every month or year or whatever.
Yeah, I actually logged 120 hours into Assassin's Creed Valhalla, but it's like that was only because I'm interested in the time period it takes place in. Like I didn't play Odyssey, I played Origins, and it's literally like the same thing, like copy pasted. And then you play the Far Cry games, those are copy pasted. It's the same shit but in first person with guns. And then it's like even like Bethesda is kind of like rotting. I didn't play Starfield, but I played Fallout 4. And
Bethesda got overloaded too because they got bought by Microsoft and then they took on another 1,000 employees or something who are like all Indians, something like that.
Yeah. I did play Diablo and that was okay, but I was never a huge Diablo guy, so I didn't get bent out of shape about like the gay shit and stupid crap in it because I was never like. I wasn't like the story's bad because I was like, I don't really give a shit about Diablo. No, I just wanted a dumb
lore.
ARPG.
I actually find that really annoying when people like the lore. And it's like for World of Warcraft especially, it's like the lore was never good. It was always stupid, especially since Warcraft 3, where they introduced night elves. It's like, okay, the story's officially stupid. It's too stupid to care about now.
I assume you both played Doom Eternal.
No, I couldn't get into the first Doom. I feel like I need to give it another shot because I tried to
like Eternal if you didn't like the first one because like they're so different. But the big complaint that everyone has with Doom Eternal, and I'm there with them because I'm one of the defenders of that game. But like there are like dozens and dozens and dozens of like boring text logs, and they're like paragraphs long, and no one gives a fuck. It's not in the cutscene, so why do I care? The game isn't that long.
You read them?
I read some of them. Like the most I read is like the enemy like data because I like think it's cool. Like when they explain like how a Revenant works when it's just a skeleton with rocket launchers. But like the shit like the Sentinels and he's from Earth, but he time traveled or some stupid shit. Like who cares? That kind of stuff like. And every video game does that now. Like Cyberpunk 2077, it's like you'll go into someone's office and there's like a little tiny data pad you can completely miss, and there's an entire fucking book in there, and it's like I don't need to read this. I do not need this in the game.
A lot of games have done that for a long time. It's just, I guess, now that it's separate because those are written by an entirely other team that's unrelated to the devs, I think. Whereas the voice acting and the voiced story stuff is probably done by yet another completely different, unrelated team as well. So there's like no meshing with it. It used to be like in Vampire Bloodlines, which was kind of the last game where I even read any text blocks. But half of the notes in that are like they trail off. It describes them trailing off. Or it's like there's screaming or blood or it's biting me.
Or Doom 3, where like every single one is like, oh, I think I hear a sound.
Yeah, that's true. Half of those were just messages where people die in the middle. There's a couple other games like from that era. It's like they should bring that back certainly, but Yeah, I don't read any text blocks in any games anymore. Even if it's an old game, it's like, oh, I want to get back to the game part of the game. That's what I want.
Well,
I liked
oh, you go first. Yeah, sorry.
I was gonna say over Doom. I actually liked Bolt Gun, like that
Oh,
Warhammer game.
that was amazing.
Yeah, that was. I was like, this is more my speed. Like,
I haven't played
I
that
was like,
one
just
yet.
make more like this.
Doesn't it have like a total of like 3 cutscenes?
Yeah, it's just like, I guess they're called boomer shooters or whatever. But
Yeah.
like, they need to make more. I wish there was more.
They're starting to. They do make more of those in general.
Yeah, there's a really, I don't know if you've played it. There's one called Proteus that's really good. It's like if you made Doom 2016 into like a more enhanced version of Doom. It's really hard to describe, but I think you'd like it if you like Bolt Gun.
I think I'm also just getting to the point where I need things I could pick up real quick. Like my
Yeah.
I have a whole thing in my game. It's also just the phase of life I'm in, I guess. But like, I don't even know if I had nothing else going on that I would care. But like, I have whole categories of games in my backlog that, somebody would be like, you got to play Horizon Zero Dawn, and I did this like 2 years ago. I sat down, I was like, okay, and then I was like 30 minutes in, it's still like when I'm still doing the fucking tutorial for the shit. Like I just had no interest in it. I was
that's
like,
how I
maybe
felt
it's a good
about
game.
Death Stranding. That was exactly what it was
just
like. I'm like, if the game is going to take an hour to get started, I don't want to play it at all.
Yeah, and it just takes its narrative. So like, there's just something about, I don't know.
There's got to be at least one crying scene where
it just takes
the fucking polygons cry.
I can forgive it if it depends on the game. Like if I know going into it, it's very story heavy, and I sit down and like I know this isn't going to be super interactive. It doesn't piss me off, but in certain cases, off the top of my head, I can't think of any. But like, there's been cases where I've just dropped. Oh, Final Fantasy VII Remake. I fucking hated it. There's certain cases where like the gameplay and the excessive story are just like no, thank you, no more of this.
I think another thing I'm noticing, and it could just be that, like I'm probably autistic or something, but like all of the things that I love, like I'm like, that was good. I go back and it's always enhanced by like an awesome soundtrack. So like Back to the Future has a fantastic soundtrack. Hudsucker Proxy, like Kung Fu Hustle, Final Fantasy VII has an amazing soundtrack. And I'm like, if you remove that, those things aren't as amazing.
Yeah.
In some cases, they're not really that good at all. And then everything new has like 0 memorable soundtracks. Like there's nothing there.
Musical
so I'm like,
wallpaper.
Yeah, it's just like that kind of Avengers, Marvel, like
I
there's just like
think,
background noise.
The best example of that is the Ratchet and Clank games, where you have like the first 4 games for the PS2 had these like super cool like electronic soundtracks that were kind of like edgy sounding, and then the second they hit the PS3, they started doing this like weird like knockoff Pixar bullshit, and it doesn't, no track stuck out, none of it's memorable, and those games by extension, I mean their stories also got worse, like they changed the writers, but they would be more memorable to me if they had some music that at least I like latched onto a bit.
I was getting I pre-ordered that Legacy of Kain because I was like, oh shit, like Soul Reaver. I love those games, and then that whole opening scene where he comes in, and it's like playing that music, and he's talking about how Kain ripped his wings off and all that. I was like, I mean, it could just be I was also young at the time, but I was like, there's nothing. There's no memorable, like I still remember that song. Every game I've played, probably from like being 20 onward, I'm like, I don't. Like, I'm sure there have been good ones. I know there have. It's just the music doesn't stand out the way it used to. But that's across the board for, like, everything. Like, anything entertainment. There's just, like... I was showing my daughter Home Alone. And I was like, holy shit. Like, the amount of score in that movie to set the tone. And then each character had his own theme. And, there's, like, all these things he did in that movie. And I'm like, you're not seeing that now. Like, there's no...
2.5 hours long. And it'll just be explaining how Kevin got the bucket of paint he hangs above the stairwell.
Yeah, or all the songs would be licensed music from like the 60s and 70s.
Kevin would have that generic Reddit personality where it's like, oh, that just happened. How about next time? Like, ugh, go away. Like, I can't. That style of writing and that personality needs to. I've seen that 8,000 times. You know, I've seen it way too much. I don't need to see it anymore. It's not
Well,
endearing.
everyone knows about fucking Forspoken, the game where the dialogue was so bad that like people couldn't even deal with the generic open world slop gameplay because the writing was so like Reddit Marvel shit.
Yeah.
And move things.
I don't even know
freaking mind.
I don't even know what's coming out. That's the other thing. I used to like every Friday I usually do something with like an old friend of mine, and we used to hop on Steam, and there'll at least be something, whether it was like slop or just something to be like, oh, we could play that, we could get that. It's like nothing. Every time, even like I go on Steam, I'm just like, I don't know. It seems like a barren wasteland. Like I just hop on and there's nothing that's like super jumping out to me or seems like even fun as like a throwaway.
The newest game I got excited for on Steam was Castlevania Dominus Collection, which is just a bunch of the DS games ported to Steam.
I mean, I just started playing on PC, and I'm literally just using it to play old games. Like I have
exactly.
Half-Life, Daikatana, because I always wanted to play that one. Marathon. I have the Master Chief collection in my wish list. Like I've just been playing old shit because new stuff. Well, my laptop probably couldn't run it, to be fair, but new stuff doesn't really appeal to me.
I also don't know if it's that, again, like an age thing, but like the strategy games will usually hold me. Like I really like, you know, XCOM. Those are usually pretty solid. Like those are some of my favorite games. Like
Thanks
stuff like
to
that.
Spoonie. Thank you, Spoonie.
But like there's just certain like more like AAA or like action games. Even if it's like a dumb game, like it's like I'll play it and then I'll learn the game rotation, and then it becomes very transparent to me that like I'm just doing this for the next 8 hours, like literally just following this rotation, you know, nonstop.
Yeah, like the Far Cry games too. After 3, it's like climb the tower and you map the area out, and then you take down the outpost, and it's just over and over again. I mean, that can be fun for a while too, but eventually they knew that they could just repeat that as bland as possible.
Yeah, it's like my buddy used to try to get me into Final Fantasy 14, and it always drove me a little insane. I tried to play it a lot because he was really into it, but I'd always hit a wall where I'm like, it feels like playing DDR. Regardless of who I'm fighting or what I'm doing, I'm hitting the same sequence of buttons.
Yeah.
You know, and the only thing I'm really doing that's different is like maybe side strafing based on the boss I'm fighting, but I was like, it makes me feel insane, and that's how a lot of like modern games feel. Like there's no... I don't know enough about game design to whatever it is that tricks you to make you feel like you're not doing the same thing over and over again, but it's more apparent in modern AAA games where I'm literally just, you know, doing this slash, the dodge slash.
I think
you're saying this while I'm playing B-roll of Dynasty Warriors Gundam, and that's literally all you do.
There's something about the drip feeding of like either upgrading your gear or your character that helps you stay with it, but eventually it depends on how much you're really invested in that.
I mean, it's obviously that's a style of gameplay. It's just something in new games that feels like very transparent. Because I mean, I like those first few, what are they, Darksiders?
Oh, I love Darksiders.
I like the second one. The second one I thought was the best.
Yeah, that one had the Diablo loot.
And I played kind of Zelda.
I even did Genesis. I didn't mind that too much. The story's kind of
it gets a little shit. Like, Genesis gets a lot of shit because of its weird... Because I don't know why they did that camera angle. They didn't really have to. But, I mean, it was fine. Once I got into the groove of, like, oh, this is Darksiders 1, but with a Diablo camera, I was like, oh, this is actually fucking cool.
Yeah, I didn't mind that, and then even 3, I didn't mind that much. Like, it was probably my least favorite, but
I dropped off that because Darksiders is one of my favorite series. I stopped playing it halfway through the first time, and then I gave it another shot, and I was like, actually, this is pretty cool. And I don't know if it's like just the second one, but there is some like Legacy of Kain sort of like feeling to it. I know the guy who voices Kain. Voices Absalom in the second game.
Yeah.
And it's just like it's very cozy. It's almost like too video gamey. You do combat, you do little puzzles, you get upgrades. It's very satisfying.
I think there's a market for that kind of crap. Like if they just went like, this is a style of like 90s action game or, you know, early 2000s, and we'll just make this. Like, you come into your little set piece, you wander around the map, defeat some enemies, there's like some puzzles, and then, you know, I think there would be a big market for that, or at least enough to sustain it. Because I don't know, I'm just, you know, half the time when I'm looking at games now, I'm just like, I have no interest in it. Like I said, I'm playing Unicorn Overlord, and that's fun, but it's taken me forever because I'm, you know, middle aged.
Yeah.
And then I got Space Marine too, and I like it, but I'm at the point now where I play so infrequently between games that like the next time I hop on Space Marine 2, I'm like, how do you play this? Like,
Yeah.
I forget the controls. Yeah, I have that happen to me all the fucking time. It's a nightmare.
That puts me off getting into a new game too, because it's like, if I ever take a break or if I get kind of tired of it, am I going to remember how to play, especially if the complex controls on any of them? I prefer a game where the controls are just simple and intuitive now, because I can just second nature my way back into it if I feel like it.
I wish they would. I wish there was a feature that would like look at your last login or save and be like, "Hey, it's been like 4 months since you played this. Do you want a refresher or a tutorial or something?" You know, like, because there are just times where I'm like, you know, even sometimes still like, how do I parry again? Or, you know, just dumb things that like, I mean, Space Marine 2 is not that complicated, but I just forget like the dumb little, like the few extra mechanics they have in the game, and it's like, well, and I just
it's like because like I said, I like Doom Eternal, and on the surface it's not that complicated, but I basically have to like restart from the first stage every time I want to just like fuck around and play, because like I'm gonna forget like this enemy's pattern or this gun's secondary function or some bullshit.
Yeah, the fact that you can,
and that's a game that I've logged like 60 hours in.
Yeah.
So yeah, and
I
you
did
were
like
talking
that
about
game though. Yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned what was it called? Unicorn Overlord. I've been playing Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and that one's like, it's similar. It's like 70-hour RPG, but I also like those kind of like super long RPGs now, because when I have time that I'm not dedicating to something more important, it's almost like picking up a book. Like I can do like a little grinding for levels.
Yeah.
Or experiment with some new thing. Like, I don't have to go along with the story unless I have like a full hour to kill.
And you feel like you're making there's something about like, you know, Corn Overlord has like the overworld, so you're constantly just running around the overworld. There's the overworld theme. You're just, you know, you could collect resources or like do little battles or side quests, and it's like very, you know, chill, as opposed to like a Red Dead or a GTA where it feels like your side quests aren't always, you know, like there's not a huge benefit to them, like in the sense of like progression. Is that like GTA will always start to grind on me a bit, where I'm like, I don't want to do all this extra shit. You know, it's more like a JRPG. I'm like, oh, I'll just like grind or explore the world or like just, you know, whatever. Like I don't have to really do X, Y, Z, and I'll still feel like I made progress. Yeah, I don't know that. It's not a good state though. I feel like I just feel like something, but I don't know. Like I was interested in that Dragon Quest remake thing they just did. I'm like, you would just. I just feel like there's a big market for like 90s style games that aren't that expensive to make. You know what I mean? Like that looks like it wasn't that expensive to make. I'm like, just do more things like this.
Well,
there's a resurgence of some of that too. It was that Signalis game that looks like a PlayStation 1 game. It's like a survival horror thing. And
Tormented Souls did the same thing.
Yeah.
We both.
It doesn't have to be nostalgia bait either. You know what I mean?
No. It could just be an older way of making a game that's cheaper, and like old school JRPGs or even, you know, old CRPGs.
Yeah.
Like it's not like you don't have to do like some pixel shit indie art style, but you could like, you know, pare back the visuals a bit and focus on what makes it good.
Yeah, graphics don't really need to be any better anymore. The PlayStation 2 era of graphics is basically the maximum that you really need to have any kind of cinematic thing. But as far as gameplay goes, you don't need it to even be better than 16-bit graphics necessarily.
That was actually one of the criticisms of Veilguard that didn't bother me that much, was the graphical change. Like I wasn't like, wow, fuck this. Like I would have been fine with that. Like it was everything else they did that I was like, this game looks like it's gonna suck. But I wouldn't have gotten too bent out of shape if they stuck with that more, I guess, like cartoony, simplistic.
Yeah, looking like Fable is fine.
Yeah.
Because Fable was good and I liked it. But you know, yeah, that's not the problem with Veilguard.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
I've played earlier. Like I played KOTOR 1 and 2. I didn't play the earlier Dragon Age games. I assume they play like KOTOR.
Yeah,
but...
I think that's why I skipped the Dragon Age games, because like
I never
played
even
Knights of the Old Republic.
I never played Knights of the Old Republic. Dragon Age 1, I guess, was kind of like I don't know what I compare it to. I mean, people who play it, they really liked that battle system where it was overview and you're like running around, you got stuff. There's a lot of like branching dialogue, and then you could like freeze the battle to, you know, do all your stuff. I was mixed on it. I was fine
in the Star Wars games.
I was fine with that.
KOTOR games.
Yeah.
But then the two made it more just like a generic Darksiders type
hack and slash.
You know.
Yeah, every single one wants to be like an action game now, and as a kid, like I used to like when my first JRPG was Final Fantasy IX, and I was like, I wish I could just hit the enemy. I wish I didn't have to do this. But now, as an adult, it's like I wish more games were like this because it's like it's almost like zen, relaxing. Like I get to think and strategize and choose my next move, and they don't want to do that anymore. Every single game wants to be like some shitty Diablo clone
or a movie.
Yeah, and speaking of the graphics, like I was thinking about that the other day. Is like there was a MMO called WildStar that I really liked, and it tanked, but I liked the art style. Even WoW has like a cartoony art style, and I always kind of liked that because whenever I talk to people, they'd be like, "Oh, this game has this awesome new good art style, and look at ESO," and it's like that's all fine, but it's like sometimes when I play a game, I want to feel like I'm playing a game. Like I don't want to feel like I'm playing a movie or something. Like looking at that new God of War, I'm like, that looks nice, but I don't like it. Doesn't draw me in. Like I don't want to.
It creeps me out when it looks too photorealistic, or they're trying to make it look too photorealistic. It's like now you're trying to look like a movie. It's like some big CG movie. It's like, what happened to I want to play the game part of the game. That's what I want.
There's something about like bright colors too. Sometimes at least like signals like you're here to have fun. Like you're just here to like fuck around and like play games. You're not here to, I don't know. Like it just some of the graphics just feel a little like.
That's why the Mario games are kind of the most reliable, because it was just like, here, you're just gonna goof around and have crazy stuff in this level and the next level. And it's like, oh, it's just reliably a game. So that's it.
Yeah, Nintendo has those down so solid.
Yeah.
Like I've been playing that with my kids and stuff. And like, Wonder was a little kooky, but like it's a solid game. Like they got the formula down and they just stick to it. And it's pretty. I don't know. Like Nintendo's usually pretty reliable with the stuff they're putting out, and I like that.
You have like, you could go. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, even something as stupid as Tetris. Like Tetris might be my favorite game, but every time there's a new one, I buy it because I'm like, this is a solid gameplay loop. Like you got the gameplay down, and it's just a loop.
Purist.
And there's a good.
Well, that's like there are people out there who complain, oh, Nintendo does the same thing over and over again.
They do the right thing over and over
again. They do it.
Fuckers.
They wait. They give it like a wide berth. Like Super Mario Odyssey was like what 10 years after Mario Galaxy 2. They don't do the same thing every year like Ubisoft. So you could say, oh well, it's the same thing as the last one, but it's like, okay, but you're 10 years older now, and the younger generation doesn't have a functioning Wii U.
Yeah. That's one thing though that. Nintendo's weird because it's like every time I see them, I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing? Like it just feels like there's so many like weird missed opportunities. Like they're
their own industry in a way that completely different from the rest of the video game industry.
Well, they could be making hand over fist if they would just understand like what Nintendo Online could be.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like just make it a subscription service for a catalog of all your games that I can't play unless I buy like a 3DS or something. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
just
I don't
put
have
all
the
your
back
crap.
I would
end
love to
system.
play Samus Returns 3D on my TV.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like
Same for Wind
infuriating that I'm
Waker.
like,
I would buy Wind Waker again if they put it on sale for me to buy it again on the Switch, but they don't. And it's like, well,
I mean,
so I have to go
they
get a
just
Wii
got
U?
to Xenoblade X. Like they're drip feeding them so that they can be like they can kind of drag their feet on the Switch 2 release as long as humanly possible.
Yeah,
Like I can't believe there's still Wii U games that aren't on the Switch yet.
yeah, the best Mario. I'm glad they did Deluxe or whatever, the Wii U Deluxe on Switch, because that's probably my favorite Mario in a long time. But it's like, yeah, I just don't know why they're not doing that. Because there's like old, I'm glad. Also, Advance Wars, I'm glad they brought that. But it's like I almost feel like they do it for that, where it's like, well, then we'll release it and sell it to you. But I'm like, you have to be fucking retarded to think that you're gonna make more money selling Advance Wars as a separate game than just selling a subscription service where you could just like have your catalog of old games.
Yeah, because
And it's like they kind of have it, but not, I don't know.
The weird thing is they already did that. They did that with the Wii and the Wii U. Like you could even get Donkey Kong 64 on the Wii U, but for some reason with the Switch they're like drip feeding like NES games. Like why? Like who cares?
They took back the ability to have any of the. Yeah, you can't play any N64. The only N64 game I know you can play on the Switch is that Mario 3D All Stars, where you can play Mario 64 on it. It's like, okay, there's a bunch of really good N64 games they could sell or put on the Switch somehow, and they just don't, and it's fucking annoying.
For some reason, Sin and Punishment is there, though. I mean, I like that game. I'm not saying
Mario
I actually
Sin and Punishment.
Yeah, I love that game. Yeah, Mario Sin and Punishment. But like, but then it's like they really like staggered putting out Majora's Mask for some reason, even though it's like a fan favorite.
The shittiest Zelda game ever. That game annoyed me a lot.
Zelda game because it has a very dark tone compared to.
Yeah, it had a dark tone because you can't save for like 2 fucking hours. You have to play for 2 hours just to be able to save once. Oh, fuck, that was annoying.
It just seems like a missed opportunity, too, because, like, if you got kids, because Nintendo's clearly trying to go, like, this is more family-focused and kids. There are times where I'm like, my kids liked Mario, and I'd be like, it'd be neat if you could just go back and play, like, old SNES games, like, if I could just give you, like, all these games that I know are kid-friendly and won't have, like, weird crap in them and aren't overly complicated, but it's like that, it just becomes, I don't know, or at least share games that you used to play with them, like, it just...
You can get a
I'm
Steam Deck.
Frustrated.
Steam Deck will have all of the... Well, you have to put all of the games on there, but just get RetroArch on the Steam Deck or whatever. I actually got an R36S, and my brother got a Mii Mini Plus. They're little handhelds about the size of like a Game Boy or a Game Boy Advance, but you can just put a micro SD in it, and any fucking game that's like PlayStation 1 era or before. And I've been playing like WarioWare again on it on the GBA. And it's like, wow, this game is really fun. And just a bunch of like the old Castlevania games on the GBA, but like Chrono Trigger. I replayed Symphony of the Night again on it, just on the toilet all the time. Just I'm looking forward to being on the toilet every day now because like, I can go back to playing this game again. But it's like the best. It's better than Nintendo because Nintendo doesn't even want to get you access to any of these games. Like, okay, I'll just take them then. I don't care.
Yeah, I've never been like a huge. Just because I've never been a PC guy, but like emulation is like in a lot of ways is like the only way to go. Like if I wanted to stream Sonic Advance, that's the only way I could do it is emulation. It's literally stuck as a Game Boy cartridge.
I saw it.
Well, also, when Nintendo's copying, like, wasn't there a thing with Nintendo using basically the framework of emulators?
Yeah, they used emulators for, I think, for Mario Sunshine in the 3D All Stars, even.
Yeah, and I think that's how they operate. That's basically how the Wii, what do you call it? The Wii Superstore, whatever the fuck you call it, eShop. Worked. You were basically running an emulator of those games.
I wonder whose emulator, though. Did Nintendo make their own, or did they just take Nesticle or something and be like,
No,
here,
that's the thing. I
this?
think they not got in trouble for, but basically people were like, that's sleazy because, Nintendo had them over, I guess, a barrel to be like, listen, we're just taking this.
Yeah,
And,
while also shutting them down if they ran a website. Or Nintendo wanted to be able to stop emulators, but they legally can't because the emulator doesn't, have any proprietary or copyrighted software in it technically. It gets a little more complicated when you need a BIOS to run a system. Like the PlayStation 1 emulator needs a PlayStation 1 BIOS to run most of the games, which is copyrighted, but then it's just about as easy to find the BIOS as it is to find ROMs or the games themselves, that depends, which is relatively easy actually if you know the right places.
Yeah, I have very limited experience with emulation.
Mm-hmm.
What I found is like it's super easy with cartridges.
Yeah.
Like it's just one file. You find it in the folder, you click it. I've never. I mean, I haven't tried this since like 2008, but I was never able to figure out like disc-based emulation. I'm sure I could do it now. Like I'm not.
The PlayStation 1 is pretty
literate.
easy, but I tried emulating Xbox games I think a year or two ago, and I needed some kind of third-party conversion software to get the redump of the disc to transfer to and just fuck. And I got like 3 games working. Of course, Mercenaries, one of the best. I can't believe they don't remake that or port it to something. But I played some Mercenaries. Was like, this is great. And Def Jam Fight for New York, the only fighting game I've ever liked. And then I couldn't get Mech Assault, the one of the best Mech Warrior games. And then after that, I couldn't get a single other game working from the fucking Xbox.
Is Def Jam Fight for New York the one that just stole from Thrill Kill? And
maybe
is that what I'm thinking of?
I don't know.
That's like the game where we play as like actual like rappers and beat each other up.
So there was a game. There was a game called Thrill Kill that wasn't released because it was naughty. That I got from the guy who was probably a pedophile at my game store, where you would put the a spring in the PlayStation, and then you could play like burnt games and like pirated games. You know what I'm talking about?
Like a mod chip.
No. and the old so like you had to have the mod chip that looked like a Game Shark in the back, and then you would open your PlayStation, put the spring in, and then you could swap out games. And it's a game called Thrill Kill that was like 4-player. And it was like a big deal. And then I remember seeing a black game, some black rapper game that was using the same engine as Thrill Kill. And I was like, what the fuck is this? But Thrill Kill was cool because it was all like, supposed to be edgy. So there was like a gimp, like one of his, like he had no arms, I think.
I want to look this
up.
And
like he would like go between your legs, and then like he would like like butt fuck you, and then like kick you, and it was just like weird, gross shit like that. Like all the attacks were kind of weird, and I think there was like a horror.
PSX long play Thrill Kill prototype.
There you go.
What? This does look like Def Jam Fight for New York.
Yeah. Yeah, the guy had a leg, like a body part he would fight with, and
you can slam people, like hit them so hard they go flying against the wall and drag down and stuff. Oh, this looks cool.
I'm just gonna flashbacks to like BioFreaks on the PS1, which is just like the world's shittiest. It was like if Image Comics was condensed into the world's shittiest fighting game, and it's like the cover was just like some guy with like metal bits sticking out of him. This is what you're describing sounds like to me.
It's what I would show.
It looks
to people
similar
to
too.
cool.
I looked that up. It looks pretty similar.
I feel like I got a gamer knife.
BioFreaks Mutilation. So it's just chopping people's arms off and shit.
Yeah, well, I always played as Sapo, the big fucking frog guy, because he had a cool like anglerfish face. But like, it's just like it was a piece of shit. Like we played a shitload of Tekken 3 when I was a kid, but we played BioFreaks for like 5 minutes and never touched it again.
There were some bizarre, like, the PlayStation 1 is one of the most bizarre, because it had, like, some of the coolest, most innovative games, and then some of the cheapest, just shovelware dog shit ever.
I thought I still think it's probably, it could be just, it came right when I was like really getting into gaming, but I still think it's probably the best console in my lifetime. It's just because it was so, everything you played was like new. You're like, I've never played a game like this. Like,
because 3D was new, so everything was like, no one had like a template for how it should work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it just like, I remember the first time I played Resident Evil going like, I've never, what is this? Or they would just try like weird crap. Like I remember one of the gaming magazines came with like a demo disc for this game called Blast Chamber that I thought was cool.
The fact that they could do that at all. The demo discs were so cool.
Yeah, or there's a game called Intelligence Cube that I thought was pretty neat. Like just like weird shit games that had like a little bit of a gimmick to them. Where it's like just enough to like almost perfect for a rental from Blockbuster.
Those FMV games were perfect for rentals because you could beat those in like 2 hours. They were interactive movies basically. Yeah. Just a string of FMVs where it's like push this to do like choose your own adventure stuff. And there were a bunch of those on the PlayStation 1 at first. That's kind of what Resident Evil was, except it had an actual game to it.
Yeah, Resident Evil 1 was essentially like a Metroidvania, but like you had limited ammo.
Yeah.
So it was new.
Yeah.
I remember sitting like I think probably like a night or 2 nights with my sister watching D. Remember that game?
Yeah.
Like
D was like the big one. Yeah. I loved D actually back then.
Yeah. Yeah.
The game probably sucks though, actually.
I mean, it looks awful, and I just remember the big reveal at the end was like, "It's Dracula."
That's what. That's what the D like the same twist as Vampire Hunter D, I think. I don't know.
Yeah.
I might have to try this. I think I've heard of it before. It's like an early horror game, like Alone in the Dark tier, right?
It's just FMVs though. You don't do.
It's like you're walking around doing dumb. Like really dumb shit puzzles. It's almost like Myst is kind of what I remember it as.
Yeah, except Myst was actually tricky and confusing. I never wanted to play Myst because like I think I rented Myst and after 30 minutes I was like, not enough head explosions in this one.
I could smell the people who made Myst. You know what I mean? Like my sister played it. Like I could just know what these guys look like. Like I could just. There's certain things that like I was at doing a thing in my kids' class, like kindergarten class, and there's a few boys in there where I'm like, I know what your parents look like just based on your acting. I'm like there's one kid that had a bunch of jewelry on. This is like kindergartners. He had a bunch of jewelry on, like clearly girl jewelry. Like he looks like the fucking Mandarin from Iron Man. Like he had all these rings, but they're like unicorn. And I'm like, I know what your parents look like. And then today we did something, and I saw his parents. I'm like, yup, overweight Shrek woman and tiny like 90-pound man who has like no balls. And it was exactly just just like ugh. But you could just, there's certain things I'm like, I don't know what the guys who made Myst look like, but I can strongly imagine what they look like and what they probably smell like. They don't make them like that anymore though. Like I feel like they're probably those guys when you would go into a game store and they're like, smell a BO a bit, and they're really smart.
Who starts talking to you for no reason? Like you're talking to the clerk at the desk, and he's like, "It's like, oh, you don't want to buy that game. That game it's overrated. It's all the normies play that game."
Yeah, it's like proto-autism or something. Before we knew what autism was, it's like, oh, okay.
Back when it was just called being a nerd.
I remember when I was into Magic, the way I got into Magic the Gathering was playing Portal, which is like baby retard Magic. It's like that you don't have enchantments or anything like that. So I went into the gaming because we got our Portal little starter thing from like a EB Games, and then I was like, oh, there's like a place around here that sells like gaming stuff. So me and my buddy went in there, and instead of telling us about it, they just like called us gay and stuff. They're like, what the fucking Portal? We're playing Ice Age. Like they were just shitting on it. I'm like, what the fuck? Like I was like, we were, I don't know, like kind of teens. I think we were 13, 14 at the time. We were just trying to ask about, like, I didn't know what enchantments were, but they're just like, instead of being like, oh, let's teach you about this thing we like, they're just fucking ragging on us.
That reminds me of like going to GameStop in like the mid 2000s. Like the guy behind the counter would always be like some fucking neckbeard, and you'd be buying something and be like, that game fucking sucks. Are you seriously buying that? I'm like, you're the one who has to make commission to fucking keep your job. What are you talking about? Why are you dissuading me from buying something?
That's how that's pure comic book nerd behavior. Only comic book nerds can run a business where they're just going to try to get you to refuse a sale.
Actual comic book nerds too, not like these, like the, I don't know. The GameStop's like a weird kind of play. Now it's just like they try to, they try to sell you like power-up rewards, like they're, prostitutes, like asking to suck your dick or something. They're just like, you need a power-up reward. It's just $15.
Like, yeah, it's like they're all managers now. They're the people who run the store and they're behind the
counter. There's not enough people working there anymore for there to be like generic cashiers. It's all the managers.
Yeah, actually, last few times I've gone there, the person behind the counter was the manager.
I remember the first time I noticed like game store culture changing a bit was I think I just graduated college or something, and I was like, oh fuck, I got all this time, so I started playing game, and I was really excited about Last of Us, which was a game I hate that fucking game, but this game looks good, and then I beat it in like 6 hours, and then I returned it. So like I got it, and then like almost returned it the next day. I think it was the next day, and the guy got real bent out of fucking shape. Like he was like, what's the matter with this? And I was like, I don't know. It's fucking dumb. I didn't even say, I wasn't even that. I was just like, it was really short and I didn't like it. He was like, oh, it's Naughty Dog and it's really good and it's deep. And he's like getting on my shit for not liking the game. And that's before I even could imagine why he would, be upset that I didn't like the game.
Yeah, it's like his ego was attached to the reputation of the company or something.
Yeah, he's like, oh, do you like Uncharted? I'm like, yeah, they're all right. But he was getting real bent out of shape.
Those are short too, though. All of those games are just like fucking fancy rental games. I like those games generally, but you can beat them in only a couple days usually.
At least Uncharted's like kind of fun. Like Last of Us is like, what? I just got to move a ladder. Like I don't like. What the fuck is this game? Like it felt like a constant I don't know, like win fail scenario.
Yeah, it was a moody game. It's
it's like, would you want, like, it's like watching, I don't know how to, I always compare The Last of Us to The Walking Dead, because The Walking, especially, like, I only watched the first 4 seasons of Walking Dead because it fucking sucks. But it's like,
I didn't make it through
most of the time it's people standing around talking.
Yeah.
And it's not even the fact that it's about zombies, it's the fact that it's a vaguely post-apocalypse with people standing around talking.
They're The Walking Dead.
Maybe we're the real monsters.
The real monsters.
Yeah. That's still my favorite. One of my favorite things from any zombie anything is the. I think it was the airport in Left 4 Dead where it's somebody writes on the wall, "We are the real monsters." Yeah. It's just surrounded by 20 comments of angry people fucking pointing at it, like, "You are a real moron," and that kind of shit.
Man, Left 4 Dead, I was like that. That might have been one of the last few games I was like addicted to, like Left 4 Dead 1 and 2.
I loved that
like
game.
I was constantly, those were like, talk about like getting the gameplay down and making it feel different each time.
Yeah,
like I was just nonstop. That's probably, there's also a handful of games that I would say I'm good at, and Left 4 Dead was one of those. Like I'd always play an expert, and then like I do like, sometimes like pick up things where I'd hop in other people's groups when they couldn't clear it, and it was, man.
Yeah, once you got used to expert, it was like, okay, I get it. Fucking like crouch everywhere, single shots with a pistol at a distance, that kind of stuff.
Well, Left 4 Dead was what really made it like stand out, because I mean, look, I as a guy who only played on consoles, even I fucking played Left 4 Dead. It was really good at like the AI like administrator, I think it's called, like the way it made it feel like even though you were playing the same 4 campaigns over and over again, it felt like anything could happen.
Yeah, they called it the AI director, I remember, and it would decide when, like, if too much time had passed without a horde, it would send one. It would send the specials at specific times.
They it was also one of the most like I don't know, like collaborative playing experiences that was like organic and wasn't people like fucking yelling at you.
Yeah,
or
you had to work together.
But it was always like I made genuine friends from that game. Like I've never played a game where I'm like, oh, I made a friend in that game. Like it's either you're kind of like playing with somebody, or you're at a point where they're just like carrying you through something, and you're like, oh, okay, I don't know this dungeon or whatever the fuck, and they're just like, carrying. It's never like Like Left 4 Dead really felt like teamwork, where you're like, it's solid. I think the closest thing I got to that was when Overwatch first came out, and it was like decent, and then they just completely botched it and turned it gay. But like that first little season or whatever of Overwatch was like pretty solid and fun too. But even that, like, I'm like, I miss, like, I know people hate them, but I'm like, I kind of miss hero shooters and things. Like, can we have something that's like more fun than like battle royales or whatever the fuck COD is now? Or I don't know.
Yeah, there's that Deadlock game that came out, which is a very solidly made game, and it's a Valve game. And I played it once, and I liked it, and I won, and then I'm like, there, I'm done with it.
Was that their hero thing? Is that what that's trying to be?
It's like a MOBA, but it's a third-person shooter combined with it. So it's kind of like Overwatch mixed with TF2-ish, class people, heroes, and the MOBA stuff where there's mobs coming down the lanes, and you kill them, you'll get some extra stuff. You can buy an item that will help you, maybe, something like that. It's kind of...
So you guys you didn't like Concord? Neither of you enjoyed that game?
What was that? What's
There's
Concord?
a black lady on the cover of the thing.
Never heard of it. Yeah, I saw a black lady in it. Not gonna play it.
No way.
I know it sounds offensive, but there are so many. It's such a reliable red flag. You know what I mean? Where it's like I would almost like if you're doing betting.
It's like if you talk to me like 10, maybe even like 5 years ago, that wouldn't have been like a contingent factor in me buying a game, but it is now.
Yeah, it's not just like if they're there, it's also the way they're presenting it. You know what I mean? Like you could usually read a cover and be like, okay, it's not like, oh, there's a black woman on it, fuck this game. But the way they're presenting the cover and the style, and if the lady looks like Deborah Wilson, you could usually be like,
bug eyes and like a missing arm or leg, mechanical leg or something, and like a pink afro that's shaped in the mushroom cloud or some shit like that. Just
yeah, it gets a little,
It's trying too hard to be like, look at how unique this person looks. And it's like, what happened to just a person? What about just regular Joe?
I'm also becoming so, I don't know, like weird with some of the stuff. Like I won't even play female characters in games now.
I stopped doing that too. I used to do that a lot actually, because like I'm playing as the hot chick now. I can look at the hot chick all the time. It's like now I want to be myself. I want to be regular, plain, white bread, white male. How about that?
Well, what happened to just being able to just customize your guy?
Yeah, I don't know why any game doesn't just be like, look, you can just be anything, even regular person. You could be like crazy, goofy looking person if you want. I miss Fallout 4. Fallout 4 let me do that.
Fallout 4, of all games, let you do that.
I love Fallout 4 so much. And I can even build my own settlements in Fallout 4.
Occasionally, I never do it, but I used to play WoW when it first came out, like right when it first came out. So I think maybe that and then Burning Crusade. But every now and then when I'm like stressed or overwhelmed, like I guess I'm like, I just want to switch my brain off. Like I'll reminisce about MMOs and then I'll look. Because whenever a new WoW expansion comes out, everyone's like, it was good, it's actually good. So then I'll watch a video, and inevitably it's like trannies or something. Like it's like nobody seems normal. It's always like a tranny telling you about the new expansion, and with their female character. And just like, what the fuck's going on with MMOs? Like I don't understand it. Where it's like, I'm the most prettiest princess, and they're always like. They'll set up the video where it's almost like their character's like a VTuber, and like they're telling you about it with emotes, and I'm just like, I don't know what's going on with MMOs anymore.
They're connecting with the youth market now. Oh boy.
I don't know. I just I have a friend who does that.
I remember Burning Crusade though. Good old Burning Crusade. Oh boy. I remember when Burning Crusade came out, and there was like a midnight release at the mall for it, and I go up there in this huge line at midnight. It's like, what the fuck? But I'm like, there was some nerd, just the most stereotypical nerd in front of me, this guy, and there was like two girls, and they were like, yeah, we played Horde, of course. And the guy was like, you're kidding. What? He was just baffled that these girls would play Horde. It's like, you gotta play it. You did just fucking. And I, of course, in my mind, I'm like, well, why don't I just step in and just totally dominate. And both of these women will fall in love with me. Yeah, I play Horde too. And I thought about that, and I'm like, what am I going to do? Get married to him? Who cares? And I just bought the game and went home.
Well, that guy went off the movie Bob story where he read like children's books and used that as an excuse to get into a three-way.
Of course, Movie Bob would be able to do that. Movie Bob is clearly the man I wish I was.
I mean, you know,
as we all should.
He's a Giga Chad. I wish he would come back from Blue Sky. We'll bring him back one day.
I mean, that's inevitable. It's fucking Blue Sky.
There's a whole sections of the internet. Doug is more tuned into the internet than I am. Like genuinely, like I have no idea what the hell. I'll talk to him.
70-year-old Doug TenNapel is more online than you.
That makes
he'll
more
say
sense,
things like, you know, he'll talk about who's the lawyer guy?
Rekieta.
Yeah, he'll be like, oh, Rekieta's, you know, and sometimes I'll act like I'm supposed to know, and I'm like, I don't know who the fuck that is. Like I just like they'll be like I know who he is. Like if you were to show me a picture, I could tell you who he is, but I don't know what he does or what he sounds like or. You know, like I don't really know where he fits into things.
Well,
I swear, I think you were on a stream with him in like 2018, 2019.
There are times where I think about
I remember I was on that stream too at some point.
I was on a stream with Quartering once, and I don't know what. Like all I know is like I think it's when I was doing that thing with like Cecil and like some other people, and then like. He came on, but there was no structure to our stream, so I think we're just talking about like, you know, retarded shit, like people being fat and like who.
Also, like this.
Yes.
I think it was really like getting off the rails, where I was just like, I don't know, and then like he came on and then he left immediately. Like I think he was just like, hey guys, and I don't know if it's because somebody put a word in and told him to come in or what, but he came in and then he left real quick.
Oh, there was a lot of that going around at that time. I still remember. An EVS stream where he, for some reason, dragged Medicare on, and then Medicare was like, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, and just left.
Even Medicare, I don't know. Like, the only way I know Medicare was when I used to do, like, edgy streams, people would say stuff like, oh, you should go on Medicare, you're like Medicare. He's, you know, I think it's when I was doing, like, the random things or just watch videos. But I still have no idea. Like I'm so autistic and weird and like not
like the cringe cast things.
Yeah, I don't play well with others, so I don't know half the time like who's doing what or like what the fuck, who I'm supposed to not like or like even when you said something about like Ralph, like drama with Ralph or something. I'm like, I don't know.
Oh my god, okay. I'm not gonna get into it because I don't know if Daka wants me to talk about it, but that was my suspicion as to why he couldn't make the stream. But you don't need to know. I mean, Ralph is very entertaining, but you don't need to know who he is.
I know he does like the kill stream, right? Because that's
yes.
Been on there, right? Okay. But even that, I don't fully understand what that is. You know, like
it really is just a talk show, basically.
I thought it was like a more like you know, retard fight, like bum fight thing. Would be like, we're gonna have two people argue for attention.
Sometimes, yeah.
So imagine like Louder with Crowder, but if it was good.
If it wasn't gay. Oh, okay. I don't know.
At least Crowder's doing really well.
That.
Fucking Crowder.
And it's a very skewed definition of good.
Mm-hmm. They'd be like, imagine eating a shit sandwich if it tasted good. It's like.
Boy, can I imagine that. Let me think about that for a while.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of happy not to know stuff.
Yeah, it kind of is like the best.
No, I was telling on another Discord voice chat today, like I was just cleaning up my house and I had the Wings of Redemption down the rabbit hole video on in the background, and my fiance walks in home from work and she's like, you don't get to make fun of me for watching Real Housewives because you watch this shit.
She's right. Sorry, she's right.
This is where I'm at. Like I got in the habit. I don't know how it happened, but you know, like when I'm working or doing something, like I had YouTube open for some reason, and then Shorts started playing, and now it's just become my white noise. I've never used TikTok. I never looked at YouTube Shorts, but now it's just my white noise because sometimes I guess it analyzes my feed. So occasionally there'll be something that I find interesting. Not everything I find interesting, but every like 40th video is something I remotely find interesting. But for some reason, there's also just Shorts that are like clips from the show House. I'm just like,
well, I was going to say my white noise is House these days. I just started watching the show all over again.
So then you can tell me, because I've never watched House, but all the clips I'm seeing, and I'm not even exaggerating, there must have been like 20 different occasions where, it has to be a short, so it's like 20 minutes. House will come in, and somebody will have something, and there's like, a loving partner or somebody near him, and it's like, I got this rash on my chest, and he's like, are you sucking a bunch of cock in a hotel? And then
you're just
like, my wife. And then they go back and forth, and then at the end it's like, yeah, your wife's a whore, and then it's like, that's the end of the thing. It turns out that the spouse is a piece of shit, and then they got like some STD. And I'm like, is this every episode of House?
That is every episode of House. There's also there's an episode that really like made me think of Nick Fuentes, because it was like an 18-year-old who's like
gay.
He was like preaching like Christianity, and of course House is like a turbo atheist, and he's 300 IQ.
The kid pastor, yeah.
He
had herpes.
The way that kid talked made me think of Nick Fuentes, because he was like, I'm so based, and I'm trad, and you don't know what you're talking about. And House like, actually, I am a libtard, and I'm so smart.
Just ruins his life with
he does a 15-minute George Carlin stand-up.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. He's like, have you heard of this guy, George Carlin?
If God were to why my leg hurt.
Hey, there's not an invisible man in the sky.
It's the flying spaghetti monster, huh?
I can at least admit Fuentes is I never watch his stuff, but every now and then I'll see a clip where I think he's halfway funny. But it's mostly when he's like on some stream that like he's surrounded by black women, and he's, you know what I mean? Like, it's like he's completely off his element and he's just saying stuff. That'll usually make me laugh. If it's just him ranting on his wherever show, I'm just like, okay, here we go. But like, if he's out of his element, it is fun to watch him troll. That's it.
Yeah, I've had to like explain this to people who are like, I don't really like him, but on occasion he just will deliver something in a way that's very funny.
Well, also when you know what he's doing, and then no one else seems to know what he's doing, but it seems so apparent to you, like that one with I don't know anybody. Like, he did something with like a young Democrat guy, and you could tell that he wasn't taking it seriously at all, and he was just laying little landmines. So he'd be like, I don't know, and women aren't funny, and then the guy would get like real, like sidetracked by taking that bait, and I'm like, that's kind of amusing. Like, if he would just do that nonstop, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, that's the only real debate that should even be had, is just trolling the other side. That's all ultimately people do care about, and the debates aren't even real. Debates are just a meme. They were always just a meme. But,
the roots were like 2014. That was when like IBS started. Like, we gotta have a debate, and it's just like two like fat guys yelling at each other over the internet.
Yeah, debate me on my YouTube channel. That was funny because that's what Razor Fist did recently with Doug Tenable. That made me laugh.
I had no idea. So somebody messaged me, was like, is Doug in a fight with Razor Fist? What the hell's going on? I was like, I don't know what you're talking, because Doug has only ever said positive things about Razor Fist. Yeah. He's only ever said, because I'll make fun of us. And again, I don't even know a lot about, all I know is Razor Fist is like a balding 40-year-old guy who tries to, like, he's like the character from World's End, like Simon Pegg's character from World's End. So I'm like, that's funny to me. Like, I don't,
Except not as
I don't
cool,
know
of course.
JFS without the autism.
Yeah, less cool than him in with the World's End.
And my only exposure to him prior to that was, I think, again, when I was like, he said something about like a Batman character that I actually knew about, which is very rare, but I was just like, it was like Professor Pig or something. And I was like, he's like, it's actually just a plagiarized bullet from so-and-so. And I was like, I don't think that's right. And I wasn't being a dick. I was just like, I don't think actually so-and-so made him. And then he got into some beef with me, but I didn't know who he was or what we were doing. So I was just like fucking with him. And then somebody told me who he was. And then I was like, hey, you want to come on my live stream? And he's like, go fuck yourself. Like, it was.
God forbid you mentioned The Witcher in front of him, because he'll go on a 40-minute rant about Elric of Melniboné. Like he's
always
like,
about he's always accusing somebody of plagiarism for just completely bare bones similarities in a couple of characters.
I'm not a big fan of like characters.
No,
like characters
wearing
that blend
costumes
reality.
on stream.
Yeah. Yeah, and with the exception of like random things like, I don't know, like a like where clearly there's a character there, not just like a, blending reality with whatever. But yeah,
it's kind of tongue in cheek with Filthy Frank.
Yeah, and I also feel like I have like an autism detector where I'm just like, I don't like that. Like I don't like when I don't know, when they have like spurgy meltdowns.
Yeah.
And it's like Razorfist does that a lot. I'm just like, I don't like this. Like I don't know what this is or
yeah,
what you're doing.
When someone is thin-skinned about anything, then it's like, okay, I have no interest in listening to them about anything anymore. He had this giant meltdown where he was just blocking hundreds of people because of pit bulls. He was defending pit bulls like, pit bulls actually, it's the owner, not the breed, and other people were just trolling him with memes, and he would reply to them all angry. It's like, the meme isn't funny, you fucking stupid idiot asshole. Just fucking, chewing the thesaurus as much as he could in every reply. It was just pathetic.
There is a cohort of like disaffected liberals and Gen X libertarians that have fallen onto the right. Yeah. Just through necessity, because the left has become so progressive. So, like, that George, whatever his name is, the meme guy, he's a good example. It's like, I don't think his politics I don't think his politics do not mesh with the right at all. He's found notoriety there, but every now and then, it's like they don't know their audience. So, like, he'll say something and then he'll get upset that like conservatives have some sort of modesty and don't like porn or something. So then he's like, well, what the fuck? And like it gets all like bent out of shape, and I'm like, you're not meant to be over here. Like, what are you doing? Like, go be a libertarian then. That seems to be where you want to be, or you just want to like go back to the 90s.
Like Ricada, now everyone who was criticizing Ricada, he would start calling them
you're Scandinavian prude, or you're a nerd. That's his new thing. You're a nerd.
Nerd is the new one for Ricada.
I love that.
Yes. I think he got that from me.
Not that he's a good example of autistic spurgy, but like I would even lump like a Gavin McInnes in that. That he's a kind of Gen X libertarian that wants, he wants to say like the N-word and make gay jokes and this and that, but he also doesn't seem to care about any actual. He's like, we all love gays, right? We're fine. Like, it's just this kind of like, let me just do what I want.
He's the normal guy from 20 years ago meme.
Yeah. He even says that. I'll be like, I just want to go back to like 1990, or now I'm like, I want to go back to like 1890. Like, I don't know if you should be on our side.
Yeah, and we're here now anyway. So going back is just kind of a fantasy, or not kind of. Yeah, it just is.
Well, I remember one thing Chuck Dixon said that was like really, really fitting. Where he's like a very boomer conservative type guy. Mm-hmm. But I remember on a live stream someone asked like, if you could go time travel to any time period and live there, when would it be? And he said, right now. And when I asked why, he just said, pain-free dental care.
Yeah.
It's like people don't understand how good we have it.
Yeah, I think it's just culturally speaking, sometimes I'll look around and be like, this feels off. But I know you can't go back. It's more a human. But going back to the debate things, like there is something that feels off where it's like we're borderline retarded. Like, I watched debates from like the 60s when they're desegregating schools, and it's like high school kids and even like college kids and stuff, where it's like there's a group of white people who don't want these black people in, and then the black that want to get, and they're just like speaking like normal people. It's heated. They're not arguing. They're just speaking. They're allowing the other to speak. They're speaking complete sentences
it's not
without
like frothing and screaming.
Yeah, and they're just like they have a vocabulary. They're confident. That's another thing. Sometimes you'll go back and watch things from even the 90s where it's like Oprah will have some like crazy, like some guy's like, I don't want blacks in my neighborhood. And I'm like, it's not so much refreshing what he's saying, but I'm like, the the way he's confidently saying something is refreshing. You know what I mean? Like sometimes
He's
you'll see
allowed
something
to say it.
yeah, and like it was I don't know, like unpopular. Like there are people booing in the crowd, but he's just like, meh. You know, like he didn't seem to care, and I'm like, that's what's refreshing. Like it's kind of just like
the fact they would air that too, where there would be like, let's see what this weird, crazy person has to say. Now it's like, no, we can't even let them. We can't let anyone even hear it. Like they're so afraid for anyone to even hear the crazy person, supposedly.
I think that's probably also the appeal of like a Nick Fuentes, is he has like a charm and a kind of like I don't care, and not in like an overly edgy way. Like sometimes he's civil and plays well. So it's like more, I think people are just like, oh, it's freeing to see somebody confidently say things, which, you know, there's a danger to that in a sense of like, you know, you over censor things and then just anybody who confidently speaks their mind seems appealing. So it's like, but I think even
Among
when you see people
things,
like,
there's other problems too, but that's a tough.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get in the weeds with the Nick Fuentes shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Nerkish is not as tuned into the sector.
I haven't been in the chat, but somebody mentioned.
I'm just using him.
He's using him as a personality. Yeah.
I'm not using him as like but I'm just saying like there is. If I knew enough people, I would use them as examples. But there is a refreshing thing about seeing people speak their minds that I think resonates with people when there's too much censorship, and it shoots off in all these. I guess the liberal side of that would be like a.
Comtown.
I don't know. I won't say a Destiny because he's so spurgy, but you know what I mean.
He's the worst. I don't know.
Not Hassan either, but the Comtown is actually what I was thinking of. But they're more comedy. But it is refreshing to just hear fucking Nick Mullen sitting there and joking about James Bond and just going, "I'm gay," and just whatever.
Yeah, I think
just the dumbest shit ever intentionally.
Yeah, I think a Nick Mullen would be really good, or even a Sam Hyde, where like the intent is not, I'm gonna be like really subversive and like edgy, and it's just more like I'm just saying things, and sometimes I mean them, sometimes I don't.
It works because
entertainment,
and that's where Twitter works. Like for me, like I'm at 17.6 thousand followers now, which I'm just some guy. But it's just I tweet whatever is like my dumb and intrusive thoughts, and I don't care if people get pissed off about it. Where you know you can tell the people who try to like kind of like force like a meme or like a personality, and it's not the same. Like you could tell when someone's kind of being genuine about something.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's not so much like I have to agree with it, but it's like you're being authentic and you're not like being anti-woke, because that is just as cringy as being.
It's so
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like you're just kind of saying things, and even if you're just going like, listen, I have some issues with this or X or whatever, or you know, like I'm not on board with this, but there's also like almost like an implicit like, but I'm willing to hear arguments to why I might be wrong. You know, like there's just. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like I want more of that. Like, can we go back to that? I don't know what like. There's just something in these debates that whatever that Jubilee, is that it? I can't stand that style of debate. That's like
extremely manufactured. Like we're gonna put two people with opposing viewpoints, and they get 30 seconds to talk to each other, and
and then it inevitably becomes like a autistic like Ben Shapiro. That's like actually you're wrong, and then like some liberal like frantic emotional like liberal on like meds screaming at him. I'm like, I don't know what the hell I'm watching. Like I don't know what this is. I don't know. It's just I want a little bit more humanity, I guess, is what I'm saying in the discussion or the debate. Because Nick Mullen's not. I mean, I would say he's like a shit lib or something, like but he's funny and he's like not afraid to say what he wants to say. You know what I mean? Like, and that's appealing.
He knows if it's offensive but funny, he'll say it. That's more important to be funny than worried about being offensive, or at least he was back when he was on cocaine. I don't know if that's changed since then.
So how do you feel about the Adam Freeland show? Because
I've watched some of it. It's not as funny as Comtown, just in general, and I think it is because Nick even said like apparently he
doesn't have the laugh track of constantly.
He said he had to stop doing cocaine because apparently it was causing heart problems, even though he also said he was vaccinated. And it's like, is it really the cocaine? Do we know for sure it was the cocaine? Because if it wasn't, how would anyone know? But Yeah, I still watch some of the clips from Adam Friedland's show, and I watched, actually, even better was Adam Friedland against Destiny, because they're supposed to be on the same side, and Adam Friedland is just
Oh, they
completely
debate?
dunking on him.
Well, I
Oh.
feel like every time someone debates Destiny, like they wind up better off than they were before.
Yes, every
I mean, everyone knows John Tron. He had his debate with Destiny, and now,
Oh, I didn't even know. Was that what got him in all the hot water?
Yeah.
yeah, he basically just said some like vaguely right wing things, and
Well, no,
it's
so I
about crime
remember.
stats, basically.
Yeah. So, well, even that, that was. I remember. I didn't know that was Destiny did it with, but I knew that made hot water, and I remember seeing something with it was a show I used to like, before they went like Uber. It was like some movie review thing, but they were like trying to break down John Tron's thing about blacks committing more crime.
Mm-hmm.
Or something like that. And they're like, they looked up the FBI stats, and they're like, "Hey, well, yeah, blacks commit, more crime, but it's like not that much more, like." And so even when they were trying to use FBI stats to debunk him, the raw numbers still were
Yeah.
like not in their favor. And
Yeah,
then
that reminds
obviously
me
then
of
you add in like,
the election even. I remember after, 2020 is like Joe Biden won very handily. Wonderful classic landslide for Joe Biden. And there were the conspiracy theories about voter fraud. And I remember being at like a doctor's office, and there was a clip of, I don't know, but it was like Stephen Colbert was talking to some guy, and Stephen was trying to be like, yeah, people were saying something like there was just boxes of votes left out in the rain and stuff, and the guy he was talking to was like, well, yeah, that did happen actually. And then all of a sudden it just got really awkward, and they changed the subject. It's like, how does that even make it to air? Why don't you just cut to a commercial at that fucking point? It happens every time with
comedy
these
is like really
debates.
strange because it bums me out. Like Colbert was a funny person. You know what I mean? Like he was.
Yeah, on
Well,
Strangers
like,
with
he was
Candy, and
funny.
then after
Colbert
that it was
Report,
over.
it was like that was actual. Like people throw this word around they know what it means, but that was actual
Yeah.
satire, and it was actually pretty good.
It was
Um,
satire, yeah.
Because
And-
even in his character as Colbert, like when he was even in that character, you could see the satire, but he was also kind of making points. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he wasn't just like they weren't straw men. Like he was kind of making points. So it's
That
like
was the purpose too, was to sort of to mix both together. It's kind of more insidious that way. I really liked
Yeah.
him on Strangers with Candy, though.
yeah,
I'll always
he was good
defend
on
that.
He did Venture Brothers. He had voices on that. He was funny, and now it's like you watch him, and you're just like, I don't know what the hell happened. And
Yeah.
I would even lump John Oliver. Like he used to kind of be funny, but now it's like you could see just like the price of completely selling your soul out to,
Mhm.
like I think I watched that first season of his show, and I kind of appreciated that he wasn't constantly talking politics. Like his main segment would sometimes just be random things. And I remember going like, "Oh nope, we crossed the Rubicon here," because it was on trans, and it was like one of the first thing. And his argument just boiled down to like, "Call them what the fuck they want," and he's like bugging his eyes out and smashing his hands on the table, and I'm like, "Oh, we're okay. Like we've lost it now. We're just going kind of cuckoo. You have no arguments."
That's
You
really
just-
what I remember about Jon Stewart.
Jimmy Kimmel is one of my favorite examples because now he went from being a guy who runs around in a inflatable ball sack costume to like literally sobbing on camera because he didn't get his way.
Yeah, that's one of the best things about Trump being elected. Maybe one of the only good things about Trump being elected the first time, and even more the second time probably. But it just made the people show what they really are and what their real intentions were as far as using comedy to couch their politics, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, there's with comedy in general, though, I think like it straddles kind of misery and tragedy. So like even I can never binge a show like Come Town like in the entirety. I listen to highlights.
Yeah.
Because you start to do stuff like that, you realize that a lot of the people are like miserable in a sense. Like I remember I
Yeah.
tried binging Come Town, and then it's like, I get to an episode where they really started becoming big and making money, and Nick's just like, I don't know, you can make as much money as you want, and you still want to kill yourself.
He's
And,
just, so he was
it's
so
like,
depressed he just started playing Red Dead 2 for like months and just growing his beard out, and he didn't seem to
Yeah.
do anything else with his life.
and that kind of stuff, you know, because even sometimes with Shane Gillis's podcast, it's not as stark as like Come Town, but you get those episodes, you're like, what the fuck, you know, like you're like, man, that's a little dark, or like that, you know, it seemed a little bummed out.
I subscribe to that. That's called Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast. I subscribe to that because the one time Louis C.K. was on and they just talk about every single president in U.S. history in sequence, that stuff was really good. And then I don't think they've ever been able to match that necessarily.
He's surprisingly like knowledgeable for like a big dumb guy. You know what I mean? Like he's not as dumb as...
Yeah, Shane Gillis is really funny, and I think he's in a way he's getting kind of smarter and probably better. He's probably one of the best, like, I guess, younger comedians. Was he 30 now or something though? I don't fucking know.
I will say he coached it, like he kind of his most recent stand up though, like you can tell he's still like walking a bit of a line that I want to like. It felt like a lot of the time there was like he's preemptively being like, yeah, I'm not really concerned, but I am a little bit, you know, but not really. And or he'll say something like make a face, and I'm like, it feels like you're kind of, you know, like,
yeah, he's trying not to just be a conservative because I don't think he wants to be, but at the same time, he would probably lose so much of his audience. I know he would gain more, but then it would turn into like a Russell Brand kind of situation if he did.
Well, it sucks to have your entire persona revolve around your political beliefs. Yeah, because if you're not, it doesn't even matter if you agree or not. If you're not an especially political person, are you going to be interested in listening to what this person has to say?
Yeah, they kind of inherently just become less funny because they're talking less about the stuff that's funny.
Well, Norm would always say that he hated, you know, politics, like, you know, like political comedy, because it's just not.
And he was clearly conservative really too.
Yeah, but it's not really inherently funny. Like, it's just, you know, it's like, yeah, you know, you get that Bill Maher thing where it's just like the best you got is like, I guess, a smug talking down to or something like that.
Yeah, that's like, well, I mean, is that not literally every late night television show now? And that's. You know, like if you're talking like right wing, it's the same shit. It's like you're having someone call you a libtard for 2 hours. It's like, who cares?
Yeah, and
you're not getting anything out of it. And if you agree with it, you're just like having your own opinions reinforced. It doesn't help.
Yeah, I see that with supposedly like, well, I don't even call them conservatives or right wing. I would just call them anti woke, and anything that they don't like, they'll just call SJW or woke or whatever, even if it isn't. I mean, we've seen that. I know we've seen that many times, even with Nerkish and us and that kind of thing, of course.
Well, like one of my favorite things is just like one of my favorite jokes is like just like making jokes about that, because it's like I did a tweet like like I think it was a year ago, and it was just a picture. It was like waking up it's like me first thing in the morning realizing I, in quotes, woke up. And it's just Optimus Prime saying, "What have I done?"
It's also like that joke about how The Sopranos is a bad show because every single episode starts with the word woke.
The first word is woke.
Yes. Because there are people like that in real life who are like, oh, I can't like The Sopranos anymore. I mean, not literally that, but they're like that, where they act like that about fucking everything.
Yeah.
I would describe, going back for like, you know, to Gavin, I think I heard him say something that I thought was a fairly apt thing, is like, I would describe it a bit like you kind of are in a boxing match or something. So it's like you're watching something and you take a few jabs and you're like, okay, all right, this is a Mary Sue Black lady, and you'll keep watching it. You want to give it the benefit of the doubt, but then, you know, there just comes a time where you're like, I guess I'm tapping out now. You know, like, I guess I'm, you know, there's the lecture now about the environment or whatever the hell, you know, that I have to endure. And I'm just, it's my thing. My main thing with the wokeness is like I was telling my buddy with Dragon Age, I was like, if I thought Dragon Age was going to be a good game, I would put up with some of the woke stuff, but it's like, most of the stuff isn't good. So it's like, do you want to consume shitty garbage that is also lecturing you? And it's like, no, I don't want to do that. You know, like,
I've done that where I've sat through something that was like, it had some really gay political take on something. It was like, that sucks. But then the rest of it's pretty good. So it's like, well, I liked it except for the one thing. And the way it is more and more, of course, as cottage industries have sprung up around it saying constantly, is that everything these days that is about politics is thoroughly about politics from beginning to end with no actual, competence or quality in it. I've pretty much preemptively checked out at anything like that, though. I had no interest in Dragon Age, the new one, even before hearing about the woke stuff.
I was kind of halfway. I was concerned about quality issues, like it was gonna be shitty, like Andromeda or something.
I mean, yeah, the last few games were pretty fucking bad.
I was gonna give it a benefit of the doubt because I like the series, and then and even the Inquisition I played, I thought was alright. Like it had woke moments. I think there was some like gay character in it, and I just didn't use them because I didn't care. I was just like, I don't want to have a bunch of dialogue.
I don't even know how much that qualifies. Your dad
doesn't like you.
Like a gay character, I don't even know how much that qualifies as woke. Necessarily,
I think
maybe.
I think it was just the trope of him. It was like the stereotypical, like my dad didn't approve of me, and I was just like, okay. I don't know how woke it. I mean, there's maybe some other stuff there, but I didn't. I thought that was okay. It wasn't like groundbreaking, but it was. I enjoyed that game. Like it was fun.
I heard it was a good game.
Yeah, it was a little like samey, and the maps were a little, but overall, like it was solid. It was fine.
I can't remember the last time something. Well, I guess the closest I could say is like the second Dune movie. It didn't talk down to you, but they basically completely rewrote one of the characters from the book to be the antithesis of who they are in the book, because they wanted someone who could like own this the group of people's like dumb religious ways.
Yeah, that stuff gets usually when there's like the Boys I tried watching and I was like,
oh my god, there's that whole episode at like that like Christian festival. That was like
that was so that feels like a Reddit show, like it was made by Redditors. But then like that show's also, I mean, I only got to season 2 and then I tapped out, but like
I only watched
that show's also carried.
Oh no,
it's carried by talented people. Like the guy who plays Homelander is good at playing, and the guy who does Butcher and stuff. Like there's talent there. But I remember in season 2 there's the Nazi lady.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, here we go. And I know she was an actual character.
Wasn't she like
it was a guy in the original comic though, and he only showed up for like 1 or 2 issues tops, I think.
But the thing that cracked me up about it, that like I eventually just tapped out, was like. It was like the liberals that made it don't fully understand like racism, like they don't know what racism looks like, or either that or they're too afraid to accurately portray it. So they would have this really Nazi. Yeah, so they'd have a Nazi, like an actual Nazi who was like Hitler's best friend. They would have her. She would like come back, and then they try to highlight how evil she is, and it would just be her being like talking to an Asian person, being like, "I don't like you yellows." Or something. You're like, what the fuck? Or like,
truly the horrors of the Third Reich splayed across the screen.
Oh, now you've really got me. Like Wolfenstein: The New Colossus. That's the last one I played. That was like, it was like you had Deborah Wilson like calling you white boy for like 5 hours.
What was the game before that? Wasn't that the New Blood?
The New Order and the New Blood or the Old Blood. And then the new Colossus came out, and it's like you fucked up the message here, because you have an entire like 15-minute long segment where you're walking down a beautiful utopia, and it's run by the Nazis of the KKK, and every other area in the game looks like a fucking Fallout
and it
situation.
Looks great. It looks wonderful and peaceful and pleasant.
They inevitably shoot themselves in the foot like that, though. Like, and then they get upset, like when you catch it, or when the character that they halfway wrote well to like own you is like the most popular. It becomes like media literacy.
The most likable character in Wolfenstein: The New Colossus, the most likable character in New Colossus was Hitler.
Of course,
there's literally like a 10-minute cutscene of him, like an elderly man doddering around. And he's like goofing around. He's yelling at actors he wants to be in his movie, and the writers like clearly wanted you to like like, oh, he's gonna get his comeuppance now.
Don't you hate him? And it's like, oh, he's funny though. Oh, that's delightful.
You made him like Stan Lee. You made him like a wacky old cartoon
Hitler
character.
Stan Lee. Finally Stan Lee's final cameo. And
I'm so tired of like revenge porn about World War II. Like, you know, like I'm just like, we've seen
there should
this
be
era,
revenge
like,
porn about.
We've all seen Django.
Yeah.
Like, I don't need to go through this again. I would also like politics just to get to the, like, I mean, it could be because I was young, but like, I kind of remember it being like, you know, gay if you're like if like nerdy, like what, you fucking dork, like if you're really overly into politics and like the news. And I'm like, can we go back to that? Like if you're out in public and somebody's like, current event thing with, you know, specific politician, and just like, shut the fuck up. You know, like, I mean, what's your problem?
Like, how do you have the time to watch this much news? Like I'm always working on so many different things, and it's like someone will be like, did you hear about this? Like, no, I don't. I look at Twitter for like 3 hours a day, and I still don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I only care. Having kids changed me. So like, I only care about broad social issues in that, like, how it applies to my family and what stuff like that. So it's like, I get worked up about XYZ because I'm like, why do I have to like watch gay crap and like kids shows with my family? Or it's exhausting constantly policing, waiting for the weird crap they're gonna insert.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I don't really like. I remember I was at my brother-in-law's and he got like in some argument with me about Stacey Abrams. Like, he was getting really worked up that I said she
the goofy
lost.
leftist brother.
Yeah, and he got really
Is that
worked up.
He was in Star Trek.
What?
Is that the big fat lady who's in Star Trek?
Yeah, the one that lost Georgia. And I don't give a shit about Stacey Abrams. I don't think
that's how tuned out I am.
Yeah, but he got like, he's like, you see, like, he like lurched at me, like, he's like, you seriously don't? And I was like, whoa, like, I don't feel that way about any politician. You know what I mean? Like, what do you do? Like, it was...
Yeah, I think most people are like that, where, I mean, most people are kind of checked out of politics still. Like, on the street level, most people don't really think or talk about politics. It's just, there's still a minority of people who really freak out about it. But ultimately, I think the average person still doesn't really think about it that much, aside from the media. It's the media bombardment that's increased, but I think a lot of people...
Yeah, it never stops. It's in everything.
Yeah.
Well, part of the win with Trump, I think, is also, I forget that normies are like 15 years late to everything.
Yeah.
So I remember like 5 years ago.
So they just learned about Gamergate, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Well, no, they don't even know what that is. I'm just talking about like my neighbors. Like, my neighbors are like, my old boss at work would be like, you hear about these like trans people in bathrooms? I'm like, what the fuck are we? You know, like, you mean from like 2008? Like, are we talking about that right now?
The left have gone insane.
Yeah, they're just now getting on. So like, the thing that might have won Trump the election is like, they just caught on to some woke thing from like 10 years ago or something. Like, I just feel like the normal person isn't really like tuned into like half of this crap.
10 million dead people also stayed dead this time. I think that might be a factor too.
So it's I don't know. I would like to get to the point where we could just, like, I'm not looking forward to this Thanksgiving. I'm just like, are we gonna like, my wife's like, I guess her mom called and she was all worked up and she's like, I didn't sleep. You know, and then like my in-laws and my brother and sister-in-law are all like, I'm just like, are we gonna have to fucking like Trump or something? Like, you know, like
Trump.
Like, could it not be like a 15-minute argument if I tell you I didn't vote the same way as you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just that stuff where it's like, I think it's also just like really, I don't know, like, gay to care that much. Like, I remember just like my my brother-in-law one time talking about you know, I think is in 2020. He's like, I'm gonna put a, you know, Biden-Harris sign in my yard. I'm like, conservatives don't give a shit about that. Like, I was just like, no one cares about that.
Yeah.
Like, you're the ones who get upset by that. Like, no one cares that you're putting a Biden-Harris sign in your yard. Like, it's just so, I don't know. Like, I just feel like there's such a bizarre.
There were tons of Trump signs around here where I live too, and I was like, who specifically is this for? Because whoever was still going to vote for Trump is still going to vote for Trump, and it's like, a sign isn't going to do it. I don't
understand signs in general. Yeah,
it's not going to like, oh, that guy on the side of the road really swayed me.
Or the people who put, I don't understand people who put bumper stickers. They're always like never aligned with anything. And they'll put up like election bumper stickers. So it's like, oh, what is that, like a Bush Cheney sticker you still got? Like they'll just leave them on from like 2 elections ago.
It's like, I don't know how to get it off anymore. I've been picking at it for 10 minutes and I gave up.
The only signs that genuinely irritate me are those generic, shitlib ones where it's like, in this house we believe science. I'm like, fuck that person. Like that'll annoy me more than, like like I'm voting for Harris or something. Like that's not gonna upset me. Well, like seeing like one of those like pretentious like NPR style things where a person's gay.
There's like down the road from me, there's like a collective of like boomers who come out every week. And they have like flags and signs like "fuck Joe Biden." Trump
yeah, I've seen some of the "fuck Joe Biden" signs.
But that's been going on for like 2 years. Like, and that's like, this is what you're doing with your weekend?
Yeah, I don't get
Does
that.
it
I've
make
also
them
seen.
Happy? I don't know.
We were at the fair, this year or maybe last year. But there was like "fuck Joe Biden." I'm like, there's kids around. Like,
I know.
Yeah. Like, why do you have? Can you like? Do you not take into the consideration that the fact that you're in public, like it makes you look like a buffoon to have like swear words on your flags? That,
it's like the right-wing version of trans, as the trans time story hour. It's like you're gonna have this around other people's kids and stuff. That's a little weird.
It feels
not
like
as bad as the trans stuff, though. Of course.
No, I know it's not that bad.
Yeah,
it's like
it's
the boomer.
Yeah,
it feels like the boomer conservative equivalent of like taking a photo of you flipping off Trump Tower.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, exactly.
Okay, here we go. We got the edgy guy.
He's
you own that building.
This guy's really going there.
I was completely. So my father-in-law is like probably on the spectrum. They think he's like conservative. He's like the conservative one. He's been touring because he's retired now.
He's been touring.
Well, he's been making going to concerts his like retirement thing. So he's seen Tool probably 30 times now. Like he's seen Tool, he's seen A Perfect Circle. Sweet. He sends us email things about that as if like his daughters have no interest in those bands. So he sent something out like, you want to go see A Perfect Circle, Primus? And then, that was it. He bought 2 tickets to go to Atlanta for VIP tickets to go see A Perfect Circle and Primus. Nobody bit, and I was like, I guess I'll go. And then I was asking my wife, like, why did he do that? Why did he buy 2 tickets? He doesn't live in Atlanta. I'm like, that's in another state. And I was like, why did he do that? And she's like, I don't know. He just wanted to see him. I'm like, he already saw them in Florida. So we're down there, and we're making small talk, and he was talking about the election. And he was very benign because he's like also like a nihilist. He's like, I don't care about anything. So he's very benign about like, you're both stupid.
And he listens to Tool? Holy shit.
Well, that's probably because he's autistic. Like he's seeing colors and shit that I don't understand, like mathematical.
Yes.
But he's like, and then but for some reason Trump just set him off. So he's like, oh no, I don't care. They're all stupid fakes, but I just hope Trump doesn't fucking run again. I was like, whoa, like where are we going? What is going on with this shit? Like it was just out of nowhere. And he's like, something about Trump like really works him up, but he's like the conservative one. He's like, I just wish Haley would have stayed in. And I was like, I don't. Like, I was just like, I don't want that.
You mentioned like a concert. I went to see Korn live 2 years ago. And the act preceding them was Stained.
The perfect
I've seen
concert.
both of those concerts, by the way, when I was when I was like 14 or 15. That might have been some of my first concerts.
The guy from Stained is like a super like Own the Libs guy.
Oh, yeah.
And
of those new metal
every
guys
song, he's like trying to do like a "fuck Joe Biden" chant, and no one's biting. And he got pissed off, and he's like, well, this is why we can't win any elections.
Whoa.
And then like,
he's like, anyway, everything you. He just launches into those sad songs about being
Korn comes out, and Jonathan Davis is like, okay, guys, we're all just trying to have a good time. We're not trying to like talk about any like crazy shit here.
He actually like Jonathan Davis doesn't seem that bad. He seems like an alright guy. A funny story about Stained, because like I said, when I was like 13, I I think I saw Stain when they like first came out. I was like House of Blues, and I was like, that's cool. And I was like in SLD with like a bunch of retards, like because I didn't do my schoolwork, so we had to do this. We had to do like she wanted us to do a project where we like talk about a song that was like about us or something. Like find a song that's about you and
oh boy,
share it with the class. So I played Mud Shovel. And
Oh God.
like I brought so it was just me and like a group full of like Down syndrome and black kids like playing Mud Shovel. Like this is me. Like just sitting there like this is actually how I feel.
well, it could have been Linkin Park, I guess.
Well, you're gonna get me my grade eventually. I'll be right here waiting.
Yeah, it was but the Primus thing, Les Claypool, he Maynard didn't do anything. Like he was just like, I'm gonna play my autistic music and dress like a vampire or whatever. And then Les Claypool would come out and be like, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm like, boo! Shut the fuck up! Like, play Jerry was a race car driver. Like, what are you doing?
That's what pissed me off about Stains too. He made us sit through all that bullshit, and then I'm finally like, I gotta go piss. And then like I sat through his whole set, and then when I finally go to the bathroom, he's like, now I will play the 2 songs that people know.
Fucking Primus has no right being political. It's fucking.
I think that's what annoys me.
Did Les Claypool forget he's in Primus?
That's what annoyed me. Is like Maynard. Everything I've seen of Maynard, he's like a very kind of serious. He's kind of goofy, but he's like thoughtful when you see him. So I would expect him to come out and say something
you'd
political.
think he would be political or some shit. I don't know.
He did nothing. But then Les Claypool, who's like, I'm gonna do a song of Jerry, whatever, the Big Brown Beaver. I'm gonna do a silly song and be a like cartoonish redneck guy, hillbilly. But now he's gonna like whine about like it's like 67 years old or however old he's gonna sit there with his big stupid outfit and bass guitar and whine about a politician. You know what I mean? Like, just it's so I don't know. It just feels like lame and like gay. It's just I don't know, like whining about like a uniparty kind of overestimating your political agency, and it's just very like, like what are you doing? Like just play your dumb music.
You need to be like you like listen to my political opinions. It's like
they reason with their emotions. I think that's what it's about. Is that they work with their emotions so that they reason with it, because that's their whole job, is to evoke feelings in people. So that's also how they logic or something. That was basically what George Zimmerman's brother said on the news one time. From what I remember, is he's like, well, these actors, they tend to they make their living trying to evoke emotions. So that's also how they think about the world, is with their emotions. And I was like, wow, George Zimmerman's brother is so right.
It's like I don't know. It was also, to me, it was just like read the room. Like I kind of also felt a little bad for them, because like I was there. Like we had VIP tickets, but I was like there, and then I'm looking around. I'm like, oh, these just, it looks like every hot topic in the world just let out and went to this concert. I'm like, it's just a bunch of fat like losers vaping and shit. Like it was like nobody there looked like they had a real job or responsibilities beyond just getting stoned. I'm like, nobody here looks like a person that I would know, or like they're all like bizarrely young. Like nobody there was like really that old. And the people
were they
that
gonna
were
even
just
vote?
like,
They're probably gonna just nap through the fucking voting day or something.
yeah, it felt like a I don't know. Was that just a Florida thing? Did you guys have Earth Day birthdays and stuff like that? It was a lot of bands like Stained would come to them, but it felt like that type of trashy, there. And I'm just like, you're not dealing with highbrow people here. Yeah. You don't need to save all your Marjorie Taylor Greene commentary or whoever else you're gonna be fucking.
That's like the liberal. It reminds me of that liberal Elmo thing. It's like, did you see what AOC said today? And it's like, sorry, Elmo, I'm all completely checked out. Just who gives a shit? Just trying to get involved in politics.
Yeah, I think it's also when you start caring about specific people, it becomes. But I mean, there are lives that now that I do like the YouTube channel more, like the stuff I watch, like The View, Like my mother-in-law watches The View, and I'm just like, what? You know, like I'm like, what the fuck? You know, like she's like, these are my friends, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure Joy Behar's like functionally retarded. Like she has no idea what the fuck she's talking about half the time.
Do you actually have to watch the show to get clips of that, or are there just clips floating around that you find?
There's clips floating around. I'm not going to subject myself to like.
That sounds like pure suffering.
I was concerned.
She'll, you know. And so, like, my mother-in-law is a very nice and, like, sweet lady. She's liberal, but she's also a little ditzy and stuff. And, like, I'll, whenever I watch clips like that, I could just, like, you know, I just picture she routinely watches it. Whenever she stays over, she, like, starts getting itchy about, like, oh, I need to watch my Fallon and my, you know, Kimmel. Like, she needs to watch them. So I just picture her, like, sitting there politely smiling at the TV as they're, like, white people are evil, and you know, like Trump's Hitler, you know, just like, and she's like, okay. It's like,
yeah, I have a family member who's like a boomer, and at like gatherings, we'll be watching a movie, and then they'll just be like, time to watch a loud political TikTok video on my phone, full volume, and I'm like,
what are you black?
Am I surrounded by
like have you no decorum?
Put the phone down. We don't need to hear what you're watching.
We're trying to watch you picked the movie. Like
they've seen it too many times. They're like, you guys are gonna like this next part, but I already know what happened, so I'm just gonna go on my phone.
You want to know another way that you're talking to somebody who's like completely cooked is like you'll be talking about, I mean, it's douchey to say, but what's that saying about, like, I don't know, there's some saying about, like, higher thinking people think about issues and lower thinking people think about, like, people. There is something to that. And sometimes when you're talking to somebody, I'm stupid, but, you know, like, you'll be talking to somebody about, like, a broad topic, and then they will, like, use entertainment as points of reference. So you'll be talking about, like, oh yeah, this human trafficking thing's really bad or whatever, like this thing going on over here, and they'll be like, yeah, in Iron Man, Tony Stark had to save a lady, and you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Or they'll just like talk about a movie they saw that like has to do with what you're talking about, as if it's a thing that happened to confirm their point. You know what I mean? I'm just like, this.
Yeah, it's like it's like when someone tries to relate to you, like, and they don't know how to like compose themselves in a way that's like intelligent or like actually be empathetic, so that it's like you'll say, oh, I broke my leg, and they'll just be like, yeah, I broke my leg once, and it's like connecting to like what information is in their brain, and a lot of people it's just like a garbage television and movies.
Well, God help you if you bring up your wisdom teeth.
The lowest tier of that is when they can't even make the connection to, like, you're talking about something. They're like, oh, I saw a movie where Jeff Bridges did that. The lowest tier of that is where they just say catch lines to you. You know what I mean? Where it's like, I need more cowbell. And you're like, what? You know, they'll just say things from movies like you're supposed to know. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You should start quoting Napoleon Dynamite to like 18-year-olds. They'll totally get it.
Yeah, that's that. Or you know, like even class like Aliens, they'll have like all those old movies memorized, so they'll just be saying like lines from Aliens or you know.
I like doing that.
Well,
wait a second, you guys talking about me?
Game over, man. That's a pretty funny reference, right?
Oh, that is funny, now that you mention it, actually.
I can't handle it. I can't. There's so many times where I genuinely just feel like a fucking alien. And I'm like, is this because I'm autistic, or is it just like the quality of people that I'm dealing with or something? Like, I don't...
It's like everyone else is autistic. That's what it feels like, is that everyone else is autistic. And it's like, am I the person who just functions properly or something?
Well, I do it. I know I have a tendency to just like the Nick Fuente, like I'll just say things, you know. So like I will just go places where my mind takes me, and I'm like, that was weird to bring up. But there are times with people where I'm just like, I don't know. Like I'll play it back in my head. When I was younger, I used to be like really funny, and like I liked making people laugh, and I liked kind of being the center of attention. And sometimes I'm like, it'd be nice to connect with people more, but then I think of the people that I would have to put in effort to connect with, and I'm like, why would I do that? You know what I mean? Like what's the Like, what's the value in that? And not in a sense of it's like me, but it's just like there's no. I never meet anybody that I want to like me, and then I'm like, fuck, I'm fucking it up. You know, it's always just like these people that I don't know. They're like, you see sport or something, and I'm like, no, I don't watch football or something. Like I don't know what to do with it.
I've learned enough about sports ball to just like carry on a very basic conversation. I went to 2 baseball games, and it's like, okay. I can now. I have the faculties to deal with people who are really into that shit, and I'm just like, I don't care.
I still can't. I'm just clueless most of the time with football. I mean, baseball's simple enough, at least. Yeah, baseball's pleasant, but still.
As a dad in the suburbs, I would say a good like 75% of dads I deal with are like. I don't know, former frat boys. You know, even the successful ones are all like borderline functioning alcoholics whose whole identity is like football. And they're nice, you know. So a lot of them are just nice. They just don't like. That's what I mean. Like, I don't know if I'm autistic because there are times where I'll look at their lives and I'm just like, is this what you do? Or like the way they talk. Like sometimes I'll meet parents who talk as if they're like in a sitcom and they think it's funny. Like there's this couple we kind of know, and they're like, oh my god, like this one time they have like kids that are like 5 or it's 8 and 4 or something, but it's like this one time we're so hungover, and I had to tell our oldest to like make breakfast for our youngest. I'm like, that's a depressing story. I don't like that story. Like, you know, like
were you hanging out at Nick Rekida's house?
That's what it sounds like.
See, this is it gets like I don't know. I think when I was growing up white trash, I had a very different perception of like what adulthood and like the suburbs and middle class was. And then you get there and you're like, oh man, you know, like the quality of the people is not much better.
I didn't move anywhere. I'm stuck right where I came from. I think there is just an element of that that is kind of normal. Like, it's like, is this normal? And it's like, yeah, it kind of is normal. Just even the, you know, repeating lines from TV shows or movies. It's funny because that was considered a criteria for autism, but it's like, but everyone does that. A Few Good Men came out, everyone was saying you can't handle the truth for no reason, regardless of context.
Yeah, but I have seen enough autistic dating shows. I think I've seen them all, and you watch them go on dates, and that's like if you ever want to nail down some autistic ass, just all you have to do is like just quote SpongeBob to them, and if they think it's the funniest fucking thing they've ever heard, like every show is like. You see SpongeBob and they're like, yeah, and then it'd be like, you know, some line from SpongeBob and the girl's just fucking laughing her ass off, or it'll be like, you see Lion King, and they're like, yeah, and it'll be like, Mufasa, and then the girl's just laughing. You know, it's just like.
What they don't get is that if you can pull that off, you can quote some stupid movie in mid conversation with a girl and just lie and so that you came up with it.
If you can come.
I've been around people that do that, and then my OCD triggers where I'm like, that's actually from Anchorman. I'm like, oh, I'll cut him down. I'm like, yeah, that was funny when I heard it in Old School. Okay.
Yeah, I did that. I have the spurg moments where like someone will say something and I'll just be like, actually, that's incorrect. This is that's a reference to this thing, and then just be like, yeah, like I'll do it to my fiance. It's like, I knew you couldn't resist the urge to correct me.
I think I just get bent out of shape when I feel like I'm not dealing with like authenticity. You know what I mean? I get like real kind of, and that I guess that's what it comes back to, like feeling like somebody the relief of hearing somebody just say what they want. I can deal with all that, but if I feel like somebody's being inauthentic, I don't like it. It's kind of like, what do you know? I just want a conversation where I could like. I don't know. Like, I mean, some of my neighbors know how I am now, and they think it's fun. But sometimes I'll just walk away, like when they're in mid-conversation. Like, if the conversation starts evolving to them talking about their fantasy football team, I'll just walk away. Like, I'll just like, I don't give a fuck about this. Like, I don't know. I just want to be in a conversation where I could be like, why do you think people can't fly over Antarctica or something? You know, and see where that takes us. You know, like I don't want to constantly be. The parameters of like football.
I know. I mean, I have a few people that live around me that I talk with, and it's like, what do I even say to you? I don't know you very well, and I'll just be like, that weather, huh? And then I just feel like the normie points increasing, and I'm just like, I'm becoming less autistic just trying to have a conversation with people.
They're
And I'll
curing
eventually
me. I need to get out of here. They're curing me of autism.
I'll eventually lie and be like, I have something to do. Bye.
But play the end game of that. Like, what's the value? That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't get. Like, where does the value come in from being more charismatic to like normies? You know what I mean? Like, because it's like, okay, it should be reciprocated in this, in a sense where I'm like, oh, and then I get to hear all these interesting things they have to say and learn about them. But then it's like, there is no them there. Like, it's just more like, you know, I got a new.
I love my dog, and that's my entire personality.
Yeah, and it just becomes like, oh, I don't want to bother with this. Or you see that show? Like, I don't. That's the other thing. Like, I feel like
I don't watch TV. Sorry.
I do so little things that you know, I think people start to go like, what? When they're like, you watch sports? I'm like, no. And they're like, you watch TV? I'm like, no. They're like, you listen to me? I'm like, no.
A lot of people have common interests, so anytime you don't have common interests, you're sort of looking for somebody who has something in common with you, at least. So if they don't, then it's like, well, okay, then there's not much for us to talk about. That's still pretty natural, at least. But
no, it is. But it's just more like, it also gives you an idea of like where they're at. So when it's like, if you exhaust like sports and TV, then it's literally like, I don't know what to talk to you about or something like that. And I'm
not gonna say, have you heard about Dragon Age: The Veilguard? And they'll just be like, what is this gibberish you're speaking to me, you
have
weirdo?
You heard the good news about Movie Bob?
I think I'd much rather just throw things out and see where it takes us. But like that kind of superfluous conversation, like my brother-in-law does that when he's not talking about politics. Like, we'll be in a store. His mode is either that, like politics, or it's like we'll be in a store and it'll be like, I wonder why they don't have ceilings in here. You know, it'll be like one of those like warehouse type ceilings. I'm like, I don't give a fuck why they don't have ceilings in the store. Like, what are we doing? Like, what?
It's like this kind
of like. It's like a mental floss type. You know what I mean? Like, it's either that or it's like these mental floss, like, factoid
just shower thoughts.
Yeah, and I'm like, I hate all of this.
Yeah, it's nice to have someone who just listens to you, like, talk about your interests and not. I mean,
or if they have them too, or something that you could be interested in even hearing about, which is, it really just depends.
Well, we were talking about Marvel earlier, and I mentioned Agatha all along, and it's like it was never meant something that would have appealed to me, but I still like ranted at my fiance for like 30 minutes about they could have appealed to this demographic, and they just didn't do it, and because it's like something that should have appealed to her, because it's like exactly her kind of thing, and then it just was regular Marvel copy paste slop, and I could level with her interests.
They were selling it as the queerest Marvel thing ever.
You just look, well, like the concept, you think it's like, oh, it's going to be like a hocus pocus practical magic type thing. So it's like you know, white woman witch show, perfect, great, and then it's Marvel slop, and it's like I don't give a fuck either way, because that's not my thing. But it's like I know this person's niche interests, and I can talk to them about it.
The Craft was a great movie.
The Craft, yes.
I watched that a lot because my sister watched it. I thought that was all right.
It's the perfect, giant teeth, disaffected '90s girl movie.
That's how old I am. Is when that lady was Big Teeth was considered. She was the choice for Death in Sandman. Everyone's like, she'd be a perfect Death, and then it became Zooey Deschanel. Now it's just Black Death or whatever. I do like the Schadenfreude of watching people like Neil Gaiman's career completely implode, though. You know, like, oh, you were
good. Fuck him. He's a scumbag.
Yeah, you were just lecturing us yesterday about why we should like your shitty TV show that took 80,000 years to make, and now you got nothing.
Yeah, the people who he thought were going to be on his side turned on him. It's like, oh, how
as they often do.
Yeah,
I could watch that all day. I mean,
that's more entertaining than the shows.
Yeah, but watching like smug people get eaten alive is fun to watch.
I'll never get tired of people like making fun of Alan Moore. I mean, I like him, but it's just like he seethes so much, and he's like an 80-year-old man now.
He's so pretentious.
It's a bit like Peterson in the sense, like I like Peterson, but I also like dogging on Peterson. You know what I mean? Like I think he's fun and he is smart, but like watching him also slowly mentally unravel and cry all the time is also kind of like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, the parodies of him, the AI recreations of him saying ridiculous shit, or fucking Jordan Peterson reading the lyrics to "Slob on My Knob," whatever the fuck.
His voice is so strange.
Yeah, he probably should have stepped back at some point because he's clearly
massively. That's the thing again about popularity is that if you were more charismatic to everyone, you'd probably end up like that. Anytime something happens, it's like, well, I can't withdraw from the public now, or they're going to see me as some kind of psycho. So I got to be out in the public, and every meltdown I have has to be completely documented.
You need to dress up like Two-Face and call strangers on the internet demons.
I won't.
That is his most entertaining for sure.
I can't even shit on him too much because I mean he does get a lot of shit. Like he was like unfairly demonized, and who knows if any of us could deal with that level of scrutiny and stress and stuff like that. But
from like millions of people simultaneously.
Yeah, I just think a saner person would have been like, okay, I'm literally a millionaire now. Maybe it's time to, just focus on. What does he have? Like a little streaming platform or something? Just like focus on that.
He could have just done the lectures in college and kept doing that. It's like, well, I have tenure, so all right, bye, everyone.
He's one of those people who shouldn't have a Twitter account. Like, don't tweet. Exactly. Every time you tweet, you look dumber.
Just have your students clip your lectures and post those to Twitter. And it's like, there, that's good enough. My stuff's getting out there anyways.
That's the other thing, though, too, is like not to bring everything back to the gropers, but there'll eventually become a point because they're just a good barometer for things. So there'll become a point where there's somebody like that, and then they bump up against them, and then I usually gauge how I view that person based on how they deal with the interactions. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people fail at it, and I'm just like, how do you not like just stop responding to them? Like it just annoys me. But like even like somebody like Owen Benjamin, you're seeing him like. These week-long back and forth with, the Nazi boot boys. I'm like, what are you doing? Like,
his might be more entertaining even because, I mean, to the point where he's drinking turpentine, but then as soon as he says that, he immediately has to start, like, damage controlling within seconds. He's like, nobody should do this. I'm not saying to do it. I just do it to kill the grabblers in my gut. And it's like, oh okay, that's good to know at least. That's fucking...
Yeah,
he should be on every platform.
It cracks me up. I don't know, like I don't know anything about her, but you'll see it with like people like Melanie Mack. Like I don't know her, but I know she'll like she's become popular for saying like edgy stuff. So like she gets in a wheelhouse and then they like sniff her out, and then she's like, I don't know, you go away, and then they get this like back and forth, and I'm just like,
well, it's like I like with Jordan Peterson. It's like there's just some people like certain forms of social media just don't work for them. Like I don't know what it is about. Like I feel like it's people over a certain age can't handle Twitter. Like you just it doesn't work for you. Like before the stream, me and Thomas were talking about Dick Masterson, and he's like one of those people. His whatever his sense of humor is, it doesn't translate to Twitter, and he cannot take any joke at his expense.
Yeah, having constant back and forth does not match with the kind of thing that he does. The kind of thing he does is like a show where he, talks about some stuff and then the show's over. And anything outside of that should have, no relation. He shouldn't have, a Twitter presence.
I think when I started doing like YouTube stuff, and like that was all new to me, and I think I overreacted to a lot of stuff and was like, "Oh shit!" Like I didn't know what Kiwi Farms was. I didn't know what like lolcow was. So like I thought if you were like discussed on there, I was like, "That's it, you're docked." I don't, like, and that. Yeah, stuff
that's
was
what I thought
to me.
too. I was like, "Oh man, if Kiwi Farms even mentions you, it's over for you." I was like, "Oh boy, that's scary."
Now it's like, yeah, but it's almost like I just don't understand the process of caring I don't even like my Twitter. I'm literally I make like I use swipe on my phone, and half the time it's riddled with typos, and I'm just like, that's not worth deleting. Like I can't imagine caring that much about what people say anymore, or like I've also seen people go like, I really think about my tweets, like how they're phrased and if they're this and that. And I'm like,
proofing my
maybe
tweets.
when you hit like a Peterson notoriety, maybe I could.
Sometimes I'll drop a tweet and after I post it, I'll be like, it would have been better if I phrased it this way, and then I just I just move on. Like it's not that big of a deal, or I'll make a typo, and either I have Twitter Blue, so I'll edit it, or I'll just leave it. Who gives a fuck?
I don't like mine's literally just like a stream of consciousness. Like lately, I've been trying to see what I could do.
It's called
to
Twitter.
Get something going.
That was the point of Twitter in the first place. Stream of consciousness.
Yeah,
but there, like, if I got like this morning, I was waiting for something. It was literally just me spurging out and making fun of like randomly, just like replying to people talking about that bathroom thing. I'm just like, you're a dumb bitch. Like I'm just like going through like I think one time on my last account, I got in trouble for calling like Lou. I called Lou Dobbs a name or something like that. Not nice name. It was like right after Elon bought Twitter, and I was just like, shut up. Like he was like, I don't know what it was. He was like moaning about Trump or something, but I was just like, shut the fuck up, bitch. Like I just like what did this? I don't even know anything about Lou Dobbs. I just at some point I was like waiting for Qdoba or something, or like a burrito, and I was just like scrolling, and it got me taken off. But like the thought
that's what Twitter should be for too. Is just I'm just waiting in line here. Let me just say something completely out of pocket. There we go.
To be able to call you a mean name and not get banned.
Yes. Yes.
I think that will give you a good, like I said, dealing with like trolls, like give you a good barometer of how people are. And if I see, like I said, if I see too much back and forth, or like not like Peterson with the Groypers, I'm like, you're at a level now where you should know not to feed the trolls or even really care what the trolls have to say. You know what I mean? Like I don't know why you're getting.
It's a good gauge of somebody's stability is that if they even get involved, it's like
if they take it personally when a stranger on the internet with an anime avatar calls them dumb.
Yeah.
It becomes very kind of like
or the Pitbull memes, fucking having a meltdown at several people because they're like, pit bulls are bad actually, they eat babies, and you're going to have a serious argument with it. You're going to own them in the argument on Twitter. It's like, okay, that's I don't know if it's possible to get gayer than that.
I won the Twitter debate. I have accomplished something today.
Epically owned on Twitter. Oh.
So who's supposed to sound like me? Is it?
It's me. Apparently,
we're
supposed to sound exactly the same.
I said you because that's you. Wait a second.
Maybe I don't know.
But yeah, I think I said that. Yeah, when I was on with Manlet Thorin, it's like, oh, you're Nerkish. You're Nerkish.
I contest that I am much more nasally.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I do have two tones though. Like I feel like when I'm speaking to people more normally, I'm more like I have a lower register. But when I'm like, on or something,
like the old,
especially on the YouTube channel.
I remember your older videos with the with the clips and stuff. It's a hello. What? It was a little more
it's
like
me, Nerkish.
Yeah.
Well, the clown, I was trying to do a voice. I have no range, so I was like, "Oh, I'll do a voice," but I'm like, "That's just fucking stupid." I don't know. Yeah, all that stuff gets a little long in the tooth. Like I don't know anything. This is jumping all around. I don't know anything about Angry Video Gamer or whatever his name is, but I watched 2 clips of his recently, and it reminded me a lot of why I stopped doing, like, I guess like old videos. Well, so like I watched one of his old things, and I was like, oh, okay, he has like a little bit of liveliness, and his videos well thought out. And then I watched one of his newer ones. I think it was the Earthworm Jim one, and you could tell he's just like phoning it in, and he's just like,
he's drinking
what's with the cows? Like he's just
there's a whole lore behind that.
Yeah.
There was a whole other guy behind the scenes who got like forced out because he was being a little too silly. And now he hangs out with a bunch of like weird nerds who aren't funny, and they do all his writing and production and shit. So he's basically just like the face of the operation.
Well, the faux anger thing is a really tough thing to like wrangle comedically.
Especially after so many years too. The character of the angry guy, because that was funny like in 2008 and 9, and it's just aged badly.
Well, that's also. Oh, you go first.
I was gonna say it kind of feels like liberals' thing with the exasperated newsman. You know what I mean, like Oliver and.
Oh yeah, it's just like sigh and look at the camera.
Yeah. Oh, I just have to explain everything to you while you're stupid. Like it's a little long in the tooth where it's like, okay, we got it.
Yeah.
And I think that's how I was getting with like comic reviews. I was like, they're all retarded. Like I don't feel like I need to.
The comics are retarded. The reviews are retarded. It's retarded.
Yeah, it becomes a lot, and I think that's what I felt when I was watching the angry video game guy. I didn't watch all of it, but just like the clips, I was like, you could hear it in his voice where he's like a little dead inside, keeping up the shtick.
Well, that's why you gotta watch. You gotta go back and watch. You gotta get real niche and weird with it. You gotta watch the irate gamer. You gotta watch the game dude. You gotta watch the pissed off angry gamer, because they're all suffering from some sort of like mild developmental delay that makes the fake anger come off so much more strange and unpleasant to watch.
Movie, but I was sure you were gonna say at least watch Game Overthinker 50.
That's a totally different thing. That's totally different subtext.
It's very different.
Yeah, it becomes a little like Louis Blackie, too, where it's like you're 90 years old,
which he doesn't do anymore.
I mean, if you're angry right now, you'd be having a heart attack.
Yeah, exactly. It can't keep up. I mean, the old stuff might still be like old angry video game nerd might still be good and watchable, but it's like after 8,000 episodes of it, and he can't keep it up anymore. It just aged out.
The guy who JonTron really like nailed down a formula, stuck with it, and it's still good. You know what I mean? Like it feels authentic. It feels good. It almost feels like you're watching a show. Like
it's more upbeat. He's pleasant.
Yeah, he's pleasant. But even then, when he does his like, like what is that? Like he does his little character things. It doesn't feel like synthetic or silly or I don't know. He's nailed it down, and
he keeps it brief. If it's not on screen that long.
Yeah.
There was a point where I felt like he was when he shifted to his newer stuff, where I was almost like he seemed a little more obsessed with production than I think it was like the return on investment wasn't as high. So he would have this whole skit planned for like a mediocre joke where there's like a green screen and a costume, and I'm just like, you don't need all this for like a throwaway joke. Like you just do a simple thing. You don't need. If that's what's increasing the time between videos, you could just cut it out. But overall, I mean, I like that he has a set. I like, he stuck to the shit. He still has that haircut, and it doesn't feel weird.
He's still kind of fat.
Yeah,
he
can't even lose weight. Good. It's part of his branding. Is exactly how he looks.
Mysteriously missing though.
Yeah, he's really great on all that. Like he's good. But like I said, they get people like. I want to say Nick Mullen was like a character or anything like that, but like it almost feels like there's the Gen Z thing is like a monotone kind of like nihilist guy, and it becomes a little bit, I don't know. I was also kind of shocked with like going to the Nick Mullen thing. Was like, did you watch that stand up he did? Most recent one. Come Town is so fucking. They're so weird because I'm like, Nick Mullen might be the funniest person that I can think of right now that's like still doing comedy. His stand up is not funny. Like, you know what I mean? Like Come Down, like I've cried, laughed, like I've been laughing my ass off listening to Come Down, but then he does his stand up. I'm like, this is like
it's like too traditional. I felt the same way about Jim Norton. Jim Norton was so good on O&A, and but then when it came to his stand up, it was like so plainly stand up. It was like very, it's rehearsed, it's scripted, he's done it, and it's the performance, and it's very goofy, and it's awkward, and he's like trying to imitate how other stand-up comedians are, the delivery and stuff, and it's better when he's just screaming over the radio or something about how angry he is about watching Ellen DeGeneres. It's like, you fucking box smeller when she goes trick-or-treating, and it's like, can you throw a Hershey's cunt in my bag? It's just ridiculous shit like that. That's good. But when it comes to a stand-up comedian stuff, it's too regular or something. It's too structured.
Yeah, I think it's also, I don't know, you need the laugh track there a bit. Like,
Yeah.
stop, you're going to constantly get this laugh, whether it's like that funny. And it kind of, I remember when I used to try to make people laugh in real life, you get that high,
Yeah.
And I think you're constantly like feeding off that when the audience isn't that, like, I don't know if they have the Norm Macdonald sized balls to ride out the dead air. And like carry somebody and go like, I don't care if it's not fun. Like, I'm gonna take you here, and if it's not funny, it's not funny. I feel like they're constantly like, this better get a laugh. Man, it's just gonna, I don't know.
It's amazing how well Norm Macdonald's Weekend Update stuff has aged, because instead of people forgetting about that, it's only even more popular now than it's ever been, because he would just
there's like
make
entire
fun
people
of the
who base
audience.
their personality around him now.
Yeah,
It's weird, like, because when I was growing up, he was just like some comedian.
Yeah, he was just a funny guy who did. His Weekend Update stuff was kind of the peak of almost
SNL.
of comedy in the entire decade, just about.
Yeah, Norm was always. I remember him being like the highlight of SNL.
Yeah.
when I was growing up,
I would
that was,
watch
like, the
just
thing
for.
you were
I would
waiting
tape
for.
the Weekend Update stuff just because I wanted to see that.
And I've seen Norm jokes that aren't funny. Like he's like when he's been on shows. Sometimes, like, I think there was one thing where he's on like a David Spade or something. Like, there's a few times where he bombs, but it's like there's so many other times where he just like nails it, or at least like
he's
just
always
taking you
trying.
somewhere.
He's like, it's borderline experimental. You could say. I remember he had a Comedy Central kind of like recorded skits that were like filmed and edited and produced, and some of them were just complete duds. I think it was called Back to Norm, and it was only maybe a half hour long, and some of them were just duds. He did an album where some of the jokes were duds.
Oh yeah, I know that. Yeah.
This is like a sketch thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
really
yeah, because sketches are always going to be hit or miss. So it's
But
even the
some of
best
them,
comedian in the world
he would
can't make it
make
work.
them drag out so fucking long just for one punchline, and it's like that's something that ended up working great when he was on Conan, of course.
Yeah.
But when it was the sketches or skits, that kind of stuff, sometimes it just doesn't work.
Well, even portions of his book, like people are like, "That's the most brilliant thing," and I'm like, some of it is. Some of it, I'm like, I don't know where we're going with this. Like, it just feels a little rambling. But
Yeah.
There's so much that he's done where it's just like,
I think he wanted
just
to
as
do
a
that.
person.
He wanted to do weird long form shit that just ends with the biggest thud of a joke humanly possible.
Well, I said it before, and I think it's been said to death now, but he really was like, I grew up when I was a kid, I loved George Carlin.
Mm-hmm.
And now, like, once I hit like the age of reason, they're like, oh, they sell like, and it's really that, like,
It's
Carlin's,
painful
like,
to
a
listen to
midwit.
now.
Yeah,
Don't even get me started on Carlin. Like, I grew up like, I think I was like a generation behind the people who really like grew up with him, and it's like you grew up just like everyone's like, this guy's the funniest guy in the world.
Mm-hmm.
He's so funny, he's hilarious, and every single thing you see is he's just like talking about his retarded political opinions that no one gives a fuck about.
He was great when he was talking about. He could still talk about politics and be funny back then, but usually he would just talk about like the dumbest observational humor humanly possible.
His old stuff, like his not his old stuff, but like his that like his
early
bits about
80s
stuff,
back to school, that kind of shit.
Yeah, his observational stuff is a lot better than his Jammin' in New York. I'll give him was like a game changer. Like the thing where he came out as the grouchy old man. That was like, I don't know if I'd say it's funny, but it did change things. Like it's
I remember liking it a lot. That and I actually liked You Are All Diseased back then. Of course, that was the 90s after all.
But then it does get to the point where, like, I remember even when I liked him being like, where are we going with this? Like he gets really into his like murder fantasies. It'd be like, I want to put a bunch of people in a baseball stadium with acid and shove shit down their throats. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, what are we doing? What?
It's inappropriate. I did like the idea where he was talking about, like, here's some other people who should be killed. These people who ride bicycles. I've killed 3 of them myself. It's just, I thought that was funny at least, but...
Sometimes he does have decent lines. Yeah, I agree. Like, But I mean, like the other thing that bothered me about him was like I read both. I read his biography and his autobiography, and he's not a good person. Like he's not that great. So like you could tell he's just kind of a nihilist because his wife was his wife was just basically like he didn't really like her, and then the lady he fell in love with that proved he's really a sweetheart just happened to be one of his biggest fans, and it's just like,
which one of them died didn't his daughter die in a plane crash too, or about that time or some shit?
No, his daughter, I think he only had one daughter, but I think she might have been like sexually abused because he's completely neglectful. She has a podcast that's like basically trying to write off of his name called like Waking Up from the American Dream or something. But
see, that's the exact kind of thing that I cannot fucking stand about even the idea of George Carlin anymore. It's like, yeah, man, America, more like bad country. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that became his entire life shtick, was just being like, everything that gives me the ability to do what I do for a living is horrible.
Yeah.
Well, he also got crazy in debt to the government, like taxes. So a lot of those things he was doing, he owed the government so much money, which I think is another reason he's so like bitter and bitchy. But
not even in the basted way where it's like, yeah, man, taxation is theft, man. He doesn't even do that. He's just being lazy.
He's pretty fucking shitty. Like he well, one of my other favorite things about him is like in his book he'll have like things where, again, I'm like, I don't know if you're like a misanthrope or like autistic or something, but he would have these things where you're like, what? So there was one thing where he was talking about going to, because he hosted like the first SNL, and he had all these rules like, I don't want to do skits and blah. So there was something later on after he kind of made more of a name for himself, and he's at an event and Steve Martin's there, and he's like, oh, I went up to Steve Martin, and I was like, it's something where he's trying to tell Steve something that he thought was important. So like in George Carlin's mind, he's trying to like say, hey, here's this important thing. So it's something about like, hey, you gave when you started doing stadiums, that really gave me the idea to do this. And Steve Martin just went, "Oh, thank you so much." And then George Carlin's like, "Fucking prick!" It's that because Steve Martin didn't reciprocate the way he wanted. Carlin immediately defaulted like, "Fuck this guy, he's an asshole."
So he has like autism.
Yeah, and it was like, and he just read it as like, I don't like people, and it's like, okay, George, like
autistic nihilism.
What the hell, like
a new form of autism, autistic nihilism.
Yeah, he in his whole thing about like he would always, the government's fake and the real people are in charge, but then he would do things like voting doesn't matter, it's all rigged, and then he would do things like say stuff like, I call George Bush Governor Bush because that's the only office he was elected for. And it's like, do you believe in elections or not, George? what are you doing here?
Yeah, that was like from his last special, and that was like, it was the safest opinion to have at the time too. Not that fucking George Bush or George W. Bush like deserves our respect or anything, but it was the easiest thing. I even remember I think about this a lot for some reason, but Christopher Hitchens almost similarly, like the George Carlin of debaters, I guess. But Christopher Hitchens would go to, he was on Real Time with Bill Maher, and they made fun of George W. Bush, and Christopher Hitchens goes, "This is now the joke that dumb people laugh at." And the crowd got pissed off at him, but it was like, it's kind of true though, that just every idiot was now like, yeah, George Bush. That was the entire joke.
I mean, remember Comedy Central had that entire TV show that was just like,
that's
the little Bush. It's like,
no, that's my Bush.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that there's more, we're all coming up with different ones is like, you had, there was one joke and everyone was telling it.
Which shows you how low we've sunk. I think about that sometimes like that. Liberals had a whole 8-year meltdown because George Bush wasn't as articulate as other presidents have been. And now, we had the likes of Biden and Harris and stuff. And they're like,
Grandpa.
Yeah, we're fine with that. Going back to the Carlin thing real quick, though, too. Like his last special, when everyone was like, if Carlin was still around, you could tell he was becoming so out of touch with things that it cracks me up and it really highlights like that he's a midwit, but like there's a point where he's trying to talk about like free. He's making a decent point about rights and privileges and stuff. But then he goes like, "You want to learn about privileges? Look up Japanese Americans 1940." And then the crowd's like, they're already reacting. He's like, "Oh, so I'm like, "Yeah, everyone's taught that in school, George." Like, yeah. you don't think we know about internment camps at this point? You think that's some deep secret the government's hiding from?
Yeah,
like, it just
I tried listening to him. Yeah. He did a whole set on like people dying, and he's like, "Do you think your family's looking at you from up there? Do you think they really give a damn about you?" And I was like, "Why are you like an asshole?" It was just like not funny. It was just like being mad at people for having a belief system.
Nihilism was kind of hot in the 90s, so he was like really kind of hitting the peak of that 90s, the aesthetic, if you will, of like nothing matters, man. It's all bullshit, man. He was really, in that hippie way, because he was clearly kind of a hippie. He had the hippie.
How he got to be in Dogma. Was he in Dogma?
Yes,
he was in Dogma. But even that, what he admits was like synthetic, because he was too old to be a hippie, but he didn't resonate with I guess he was like in a generation between the old kind of conservative stuffy guys and hippies.
Yeah.
So he just kind of glommed on to hippies because he was. So he even admitted it was a little synthetic, and he talked about how insecure he was when like Cheech and Chong types are coming up and making fun of his observational humor. They're like, "That's not cool, man. You gotta. The people give a shit about bananas and whatever the fuck he was talking about." So that's when he really was like, the things he listed in that chapter when he's going like, "I had to learn about politics, so I started getting Mother Jones." And like that was him like learning about politics, and I'm like, shit. Okay, George, like you're really learning a lot.
I learned everything about Mother Jones that I needed to know from the Crumb documentary, where they were just complaining. It was like, he's just drawing porn. It's like, yeah, of course he is. It's our Crumb. That's half of what he does is draw porn, and then he does goofy autobio shit. Speaking of hippies, but whatever.
Yeah, it just becomes like the nihilism stuff is just so like I get to the point where I don't know if I just feel like my friend would, and I could be wrong, but I try to avoid media now that just has like it feels like everything has like a bleak nihilism streak to it. But my buddy was like, "Oh, you should watch what's that movie with Demi Moore, Substance?"
Oh, yeah.
He's like, "You should watch The Substance." And I just like looked at a few things. I'm like, I don't want to watch The Substance.
They gave a good review of it on Red Letter Media, and I'm thinking of watching it just because it looks like some kind of freak show, but out of curiosity, at least, for me.
Did you see that show, The Good Place, at all?
I saw The Good Doctor.
Oh man, it's if you're talking about nihilism, it's the worst thing. So the entire premise is there's an afterlife, but it's just like this weird Reddit non-denominational afterlife, and they go to the good place, but the twist is that they're actually in the bad place.
Oh, why? What if God was evil?
But the show, 4 seasons in, the show ends, and they basically get afterlife reform, and then they decide, oh well, living in paradise forever is boring, so I need to go through a magic portal to kill myself forever.
Because I thought they were gonna afterlife reform is like they're gonna do a heckin' democracy in the.
They do. They basically make it so instead of going to the good place or the bad place, you reincarnate unlimited times until you make it into the good place.
Oh, so it even becomes like Indian mysticism.
What's your opinions on like current Red Letter Media? Because I stopped watching, not like out of some sort of like fuck you protest. I just kind of got like.
I can understand people. I know people who say it dropped off, or like I know one guy who said he couldn't watch it after they were so horrified by the killing critter varmints video. And I'm like, yeah, I understand that actually, but
I mean, I find them fairly. They've just gone from like slightly edgy to milquetoast.
Yeah,
they're not
softened up a lot.
Offensively bad.
I still generally like their videos though.
I think I got so it was a mix of like I want to say they're woke or anything like that, but it was like a mix of like you could see a softening, like Mike's Borat 2 review was a bit like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like they would occasionally like drop things like that where I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. But then it was also a little depressing to me to like watch people who are so passionate about something slowly start to like eat shit. You know what I mean? Where it's like it'd be like watching like some sort of food critic who loves food and just being like, this rat shit tastes really good. Like they just started being like, Spider-Man 19's it was pretty good, and it's like, whoa, you know, like this is
well, they also like it's very strange that they've given up on going to the movies and reviewing them. Like you'd get a review for Tom Cruise's Oblivion back in the day. Like shit nobody went in the theater to see, but they went to the theater to see it and reviewed it for YouTube. They reviewed the Ender's Game movie. I saw like 5 movies in the month of October. They didn't talk about a single fucking one of them. So like what kind of, and their job is the easiest in the world. They sit in a chair, they talk back and forth about a movie, they make a couple jokes, and someone edits it.
I think also like the watching them speak passionately about something they care about is the enjoyable part for me. Like I don't give a fuck about Star Trek really. You know, like I kind of grew up with it, and Next Gen was all right, but I'm not like a Trekkie. I watched all their reviews on like Picard and stuff. Like I don't give a shit about Picard. But, like watching them discuss something they like is entertaining. That watching them feel obligated to discuss AAA movie and then kind of like be like it was good because all they've been consuming for the past 5 years has been like garbage.
I mean, a little the standard for quality's been so lowered. It's easy to be entertained by. I have a feeling that's how a lot of movie critics, probably through the decades, have probably felt when they watch every movie. So it's like, even if there's kind of a mediocre movie, they're like, oh, this is really good, right after seeing a bad one, something like that.
Yeah, they, and I used to like Best of the Worst, too, but I think I kind of fell off from that a bit, too, because just, I don't know what it was. It kind of wasn't as entertaining, and then
the one where they watched Stone Cold was great.
I mean, I've liked since they started getting Tim to show up, because he's like a great... He's a great replacement for. He's the one who
less of the bald.
I don't know any of the extras.
He looks like he
was
literally
the
played like
mustache guy.
Yeah, okay, he was like the hipster, and yeah, he's funnier than Jack and Josh.
Yeah, come on.
I don't like the fat one.
That's Josh.
That's Josh.
Yeah, he kind of annoys me a little bit, and then the bald one's okay, but he would start to.
I know people who despise him though.
Well, he really wore on me when they did Previously Recorded, because
that was I think as like
I try not to watch most of those.
Yeah, because that's when he really like cut loose on being like an annoying like shit. Like he literally, the God of War stream is where I like lost it, because he literally like has Rich apologize to the chat for saying something vaguely center road.
I remember Rich once, just for fun, Rich was bashing like handicapped people for having handicapped spots, and it's like, yeah, fuck you, cripple, vote Trump, and just blasted that out. And it's like, that's funny. And after that, probably they had to soften people like, I can't believe they're pro-Trump, and then maybe that was the beginning of the end.
I understand their reluctance, and like when it's your income, you probably have to like balance some stuff. But I think it's just like, and they're all, like I said, there's also like the type of worldview they have. Like speaking of nihilism, a bit kind of, like I think Star Trek is a very bleak worldview to me. Like the world of Star Trek and like the
I saw a video someone was saying it's like there's no reason to work in Star Trek except to have ambition to be promoted. Aside from that, there's like no reason to eat or get money or anything like that. So there's
this universal basic income.
It's also like a very incoherent worldview and lifestyle.
Yeah,
like they just go around like lecturing. Yeah, like lecturing other races or something, and I'm just like, I don't know.
Okay, you gotta admit, it was pretty cool when Kirk did it, when he went to that caveman planet and read them the Declaration of Independence.
Yes, exactly.
I always thought it'd be funny to do like if Venture Brothers did a show that was like, a mix of all the sci-fi type tropes and stuff like that. And it was just
like
like
Lower
Star
Decks.
Trek meets like no, like Star Trek meets Warhammer. Like Star Trek actually has to encounter a war race that's not a bunch of like dumb Klingons. It's like somebody's just like brutal, pure. You can't like scold. Astartes into being like, okay, well, you'll lecture us on why your way everyone should be equal or something. Like they're just like something that's just pure brutality.
Yeah, the closest thing they ever had was the Borg, and then it's just like, oh well, we've hacked into their mainframe now, so we know how to take care of them.
And then there's the Borg Queen, and then fucking they're intentionally the Voyager crew's intentionally getting themselves Borgified so that just fucking. And then the Borg, the Voyager ends where the Borg just had a transwarp tunnel that went right to Earth the whole time. So they just take that there, and they're back home. The end. It's like, oh.
I will say though that with Star Trek, there is like a what was that fucking Seth MacFarlane show? The Orville did it really well. Like they got the cadence and the pacing of a 90s show done where I'm like, this is like I like that. I was like, you got it down, like the fading to black for commercials and like
I heard a lot of people
just
saying
slow pacing.
It's the best continuation of Star Trek that they've seen.
It is good. I will say, like, it's hindered by Seth MacFarlane being in it.
Yeah, and, he's cannot turn off the Seth MacFarlane-y aspect.
Yeah, and it's just like, again, I want to say that's woke, but that's a good example of like, there's just little things in there where you're like, okay, Seth, they'll cut and Seth MacFarlane's like reading a paper from Our Time or something. They had to go back to like Our Time. He's reading a paper, be like, so the world was imploding because of global warming, and they didn't do anything about it. Anyway, it's just like, why was that in there? Like, what was the point? There's also a lot of
to show how much better he is than all of us.
There's also a lot of like, this is supposed to be a elite crew of, Starfleet people, but they're constantly befuddled by like civilizations they encounter that have religion. It's like, oh, you dumb dumbs, what are you praying to nothing for? Like, it's a lot of like pooping on religion. Like, there's little offhanded.
Yeah, I imagine. I haven't seen it, but I already imagine that that's what it was. I mean, I heard, like you said, I heard it was much better than any new Star Trek shit. But
it's hard having that mix.
He just can't. He can't help himself.
Yeah.
The other thing is that he's Seth MacFarlane, so he will make references to things, and you're just like, why would somebody in like the 23rd century know about Miley Cyrus? Like, why are we just like, why are you in this? I don't understand why you're even in the show.
At least he updated his repertoire. It's like, it feels like there was an entire period of TV for like a 10-year period where it's like you heard about a lot of like shit that like people who grew up in the 90s didn't watch. Like, you see like references to Mask or like Gem and the Holograms. It's like, what is this? What is this a reference to?
Obscure 80s nostalgia shit.
But that's the joke in and of itself.
Yeah.
It's just like,
well, Optimus Prime said a swear word.
Yeah, he
I believe it was Rodimus Prime, actually.
I think American Dad is probably like one of the best. Like, I really like American Dad.
Yeah, I thought it was way better than Family. I was surprised too, because it was like politics version of Family Guy, but then it was like weirdly less biased than Family Guy.
Well, it's funny. The first 2 seasons, I think, were Seth involved, so it is very
they're very like animated Colbert Report.
Yeah, but then like he stepped aside and let them do that, and even he's like, they did things I would have never done and don't really understand, but it works. Like Roger. He's like, I wouldn't have taken Roger in that direction. I'm like, that's why you're bad at this. Like, Roger doing what Roger does is like one of the things that makes the show so funny. Like, the fact that you wouldn't even go there because you want to somehow like browbeat people or something, is why you're probably not as relevant as you used to be.
He has some like, he has a little bit of Riz left in him. I finally watched the Ted movies for the first time last year, and the first one was kind of like mid. It was just a bunch of shitty, unfunny stoner jokes, but the second one actually like made me laugh a few times.
Every now and then he'll have something. Every now and then he does have something, but like that American Dad just goes I don't know. It's like it's very good at not. It's like the antithesis of Family Guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not super current event. It's not trying to like scold you.
Especially at that time, Family Guy got more political, or just putting in more political. Like fucking for some reason, Brian was like, "Well, I voted for Kucinich, so whatever." Just oh, why? Who's that? Huh? What?
Yeah.
Family Guy was just actual jokes that would be about like sort of the left-right dichotomy. That was actually they were jokes. Wow, jokes.
Yeah.
Yeah, American Dad is definitely way more structured, and it just even when they do like the musical numbers, they're like very weird and different from Family Guy. Like Family Guy is all Seth MacFarlane pretending he's Frank Sinatra.
Yeah, gay and then, musical show tunes.
Well, I don't think it's almost like it's goofy. Like it's just goofy, and I don't think Seth MacFarlane would just be like the guy who plays Steve. Like all those goofy songs he does and like his silly, rap singing and stuff. Like I don't think Seth MacFarlane would be comfortable just like having goofy like that. Like just silly goofy for the sake of it.
Steve
Like it's almost like
okay.
The one with the glasses.
Yeah, he plays the dad on the Ted TV show too.
And he plays the I don't know, not the cat. The guy who flies the ship in the Orville, the pilot. I don't know what the technical thing is. But
the red-haired guy, the guy who kind of looks like Bill Burr.
Yeah, he kind of looks like he actually kind of looks like who's the guy on that podcast with the Chinese guy or the Korean guy?
Bobby Lee.
Yeah, so Bobby Lee is doing a podcast with I guess he's a comedian who's a redhead, and I always think that
and it's not Bill Burr. Of course, it's not Bill Burr.
No.
Yeah, I don't know actually.
His name's the guy who voices Steve. His name's Scott Grimes.
Yeah,
Grimes. That's a cool.
He's funny. Like,
yeah, he's one of the better parts of. I mean, the cast of American Dad is also vastly superior.
Yeah, anytime the wife
there's no Seth Green.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's just so many like not funny characters on Family Guy where you're like. I don't know. Okay.
Like, what are we... intentionally one note that doesn't go anywhere. It's like it's supposed to be one note, and it's like, okay, but that doesn't. I get the joke now. It's been 800 seasons.
Yeah. I mean, not much you could do with any of the characters in Family Guy at this point.
Yeah.
The other thing I found myself longing for is I don't know what you would call it, like dumb boomer type shows, like like. USA shows like Burn Notice and Psych. Like, can I just have shows that are like white noise where they literally just like solve a case or go on an adventure?
You can't even have that anymore because it's like I've watched the last 2 seasons of Criminal Minds, which were made over the last 2 years, and it's like.
Wait, is that the remake? Not remake, the spinoff, where it's like
it's like a reboot, but it's all the same cast, but now it's like instead of episodic, it's a full season long story, and it sucks. And then it's like it's of course there's got to be like references to current year political shit in it, and it's it's unwatchable. It's so boring.
That's a good as I've become Christian and more conservative and family, like I can't watch Criminal Minds anymore.
Yeah,
because that's like the type of nihilism and like fucked up weird shit that I'm like, what the fuck? Like I used to think it was cool when I was like 20 and watching like, oh, this is cool. This guy did this, but then like you start watching now and it's more like not like I'm like an emotional wreck or anything, but it's just more like cringy and kind of like eye rolly, where it's like, this is the cum eye socket killer, and he rips all your tendons out and makes little dolls with them, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, what? It just feels like morbid for the sake of being morbid.
Yes, it's a bunch of like old Jews being like, what's the most sadistic way you can kill somebody? We'll make up that.
Well, it's even worse now because it's like they don't even like their characters anymore. It seems like they did the Star Wars reboot thing where like all the characters are they get back together, but they're all like 70 years old now though, but all their lives are horrible.
Every show. The longer the show goes on, it's like every other cast member has died horribly now. That's what really started to suck about House too. Is like, okay, this guy committed suicide. This Fucking Amber was in a bus accident just out of nowhere.
I didn't even have Cuddy for the last season.
Yeah, that's right. Cuddy just left because House drove his car. They almost like write that as like, this is the last season, so we're gonna just have something. There's sweeps week, of course, so they would always try to have some big stunt episode for that. I mean, every show does that, of course, but just
I just miss like the dumb
the procedural.
Yeah,
but also just like there's like an optimism to, like I said, something like a Burn Notice, where it's like, we're a dumb show. I'm a little spy guy. I go on like a spy adventure. Bruce Campbell's here. That's about it. Like, it's not trying to do anything, and it's not something you'd be like, you see the new Burn Notice, but it's like something you could just put on TV. I don't watch much TV, but like I had like a stomach bug like a month or two ago, and I was in the basement. Quarantine, I was like watching whatever free shit comes on the TV streaming. I was just watching like how it's made, just like old like unsolved mysteries. I'm like, this is good.
Yeah,
how it's made.
Like older, like well, just episodic TV in general is like falling out of fashion, and it sucks because like I don't want to watch an 8-hour long movie.
Yeah, it's something like that. The idea of like channel surfing.
It's nice to just have an episode that is the whole story's just in the episode.
Yeah, it's I kind of miss it, as or even just dumb. I think that's what I liked about those dumb autistic dating shows, like just something that's dumb. Like everyone was always worried about reality TV. That was the meme, like, oh, the reality TV's gonna take over. I'm like, I would kill for more reality TV at this point. Like just something that's like fucking stupid, and not trying to really do anything. Like I'm currently right now with my buddy. I'm watching I don't know what it's called. Born This Way. It's just about a bunch of Down syndromes.
The developmentally delayed dating show.
Oh.
No. This one's just like they're like friends. And
Okay.
that's it. They just like live in a house or something. They're friends, and the
only time I get a little shows. You were always the ones who finds out these, like if Downesty. I never would have heard of that ever if it wasn't for you.
The only
to watch
time
on the streams.
I don't like Down syndrome people are like what I imagine humans were before the fall. Like we're just like they're like the happiest people on the planet. So if we could just get shows, like I'll watch that. That's fun. The only time I don't like them is when I could tell like the fucking producers, like the Born This Way, you could tell. They'll be like, oh, why don't you touch Rachel's hand? And then they'll go over the one that kind of likes Rachel. What's Derek touching Rachel's hand for? And then the retailer's like, why are you touching Rachel's hand? It's like they stir drama to then record it. And I'm like, don't do that with retards. Like, what are we doing? Like, what are we...
That is like borderline abuse, it seems. I don't know.
Is this like a TLC show?
No, it's on Amazon.
Amazon, okay.
My other favorite, Amazon used to have a lot of fun shows. Like my other favorite show was Animal Hoarders on Amazon. They probably wouldn't allow it now because it's like animal cruelty. But it'd be like people it was like hoarders with animals. So it'd be like some lady who just has like $75 or something, like they eventually all get taken away, but it's just like the kind of lunacy that brings somebody to that.
I mean, I've never seen that one, but I love a good episode of Hoarders. I love seeing I have 10 dead cats under my couch.
Yeah, Hoarders, that was too Hoarders. I couldn't watch. It was too horrified. Just every time, it's like, here's the most disgusting house. Now here's like deadly animals. Oh, there's a nest of black widow spiders, and it's just like, even my arachnophobia. They didn't trigger warn my arachnophobia. I can't watch this. I just didn't. And I wanted everyone on it to die. Also, I turned into George Carlin watching the show. These people should just die.
These fucking hoarders, they got a ton of bologna. It's not even in the fridge.
Plus, I've known actual hoarders in real life, and it's just like, ugh. Can't.
You gotta watch Animal Hoarders.
Animal Hoarders sound fun.
I'm making a note of it. I'm gonna watch it.
I did an alpha T on one of those because it was so fucking funny. Like, there's one.
I must have seen that.
It's a gay couple. And they it's just this fat gay couple, and they have like 40 chihuahuas, and they're acting like they're taking care of them, but they'll like do interviews with the guys and they're talking about how much they love them, but like they'll just randomly their face will just be bleeding for no reason. And then there's one where like so they're like this dog had puppies and I guess a bunch of the puppies got sick because they don't take care of them, so they got some like kennel cough or something. So they're like the fat guy, they're having like a nice, a quote unquote nice service funeral for the puppies, but they're just like shoving them in bags and putting them in suitcases and burying them in the backyard. And it's just like, what the fuck's going on? Like, I think it's just like so insane that there's another one with a fat lady that was just like she had a house full of cats. She's just like shuffling her feet around. Like,
I'm surprised that's not every episode. It should have been called Toxo or something.
Have you ever seen my big fat gypsy wedding?
I haven't. No.
It's trailer trash getting married, and they're like all missing teeth. They're all cousins. They're always getting into fights at the wedding. It's some of the weirdest, like, and they're like really like dysgenic. Like these people, like, they look like, I don't know how you would describe them. They look like they've been exposed to radiation. It's some of the most bizarre shit I've ever seen. There's a guy who shows up to his wedding in a bright orange tuxedo with a backwards yellow cap, and he insists on everyone calling him Pee-wee. It's weird.
One of my there's another show I liked called My Strange Addiction.
That was a big one.
If you watch all of it, you realize that a good 75% of it is just black women eating weird shit.
Yeah.
So it'd be like, I can't stop eating this drywall, and they're just like eating drywall.
Yeah, they would eat rocks and shit. Like, and I think that's why California has to have or every object has to have some warning from the state of California that it could cause cancer, not because touching it will do it, but because if you eat it, it could. And it's like, yeah, it's plastic. Of course you shouldn't eat it. Of course you shouldn't eat a battery.
Baby powder was another one. Like they just drank in baby powder. And then, so
I'm pretty sure there's one who's like eating hand soap.
Yeah, of course.
It's like
poison.
Seriously, like half of it is black, just exclusively black women eating crap. So there'd be people who like, it wasn't just eating. It'd be strange addictions to other things, but when it was eating, it was always black women. And then we'd watch other shows, just like other shows about different things, like a True Life. We're watching True Life for a while, and then there would inevitably be random episodes with different black women eating shit. And I'm like, this feels like it's a big problem in your community, where you just eat weird shit that you're clearly not like rocks or just like tree branches.
Oh yeah, I did see the black lady who eats rocks, and she goes to the doctor, and he's like, this is gonna fuck up your intestines. He's like, they just taste so good, I can't stop eating them.
And her teeth is like, your teeth are just grinding down. It's like, but I just can't help it. They're just too good.
They're so good.
The baby powder lady was afraid to tell her family, and when she put it on the food, they all looked like she was crazy. But then they put something equally crazy on it. It was like, fucking mouthwash or something. Like, it was just like, you crazy. And then they're just like sipping mouthwash like it's a drink. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know. It's just... It's a
classified disease. It's called pica, and there might be some genetic component to it.
It doesn't matter. It's fucking weird.
Yeah, the most important thing is that it's weird and funny to watch.
You should recognize that you're eating soap.
Yes.
Well, they would always try to tie it to... they'd always try to give a backstory. So it'd always be like, my dad raped me when I was 5 years old, and the toothpaste tasted good, or something like it. They'd always try to be like, can we explain why you
just
eat
remember the lady who's literally eating her mattress. Like, she's picking pieces of the foam out and eating it.
That was
it was a fat black lady, of course.
Yeah, of course it was.
What are the chances? Every clip I've seen was just fat black lady.
They're the backbone of democracy.
The pica democracy.
They
vote.
Gotta keep.
Their vote cancels my vote out.
And they're tired. They're just tired of carrying everyone and saving democracy or whatever.
They also have fibromyalgia, probably. That was another thing with it. I forgot what it was, where it was one of those types of shows, but every time somebody had fibromyalgia, it was some fat white or black lady.
I think Noel said that about Keffels. He's just like, yeah, fibromyalgia is just like a made-up term for nondescript pain.
Yeah, it's a fucking hypochondriac disease, basically.
I want them to be more, if they want to be more accurate with, like black lady portrayals, they need to just add that. Like the next time you have like she's just like, we need to save the world, and then she just like starts munching on a pillowcase or something.
That would have made Concord playable if like the woke black lady looks like eating rocks and like breaking her teeth.
Yeah, Madam President, Russia just launched a powerful nuke headed this way. Get me the Pentagon, and she's just shoving rocks in her mouth.
That's the next Fantastic Four reboot is the Thing is going to be a black woman. She ate too many rocks and it turned her into one.
She's eating herself.
That's the
Sue Storm can't stop eating Ben Grimm.
That'll be the plot to the sequel, where it's like Fantastic Four 2 is like the Thing. She's starting to eat herself now. We got to figure out how to solve. There's going to be nano machines and alternate universes and time travel involved in that one. I hope.
And then Mr. Fantastic is just living in a hoarder house with a dozen dead cats in his lab.
Are you remotely excited about that?
No.
I never liked the Fantastic. I don't like any version of the Fantastic Four. Not the comics, not any of the movie. I don't think they could make a Fantastic Four movie that I would like.
If they told me they were remastering like the Hanna-Barbera cartoon on Blu-ray, I'd be like, I might watch that.
Maybe.
I don't know. I just, even at the height of me liking comics and, all that shit, I was like, this shit's gay.
Yeah,
I just remember being like, this, because they had that cartoon too. Like, as Stan Lee would come on and be like, hey, here's Fantastic
Excelsior!
Four.
It's the Fantastic Four. They're gonna meet the Ghost Rider today.
Yeah.
That would be cool, at least. Ghost Rider's cool. Marvel.
Ghost Rider is cool.
My favorite Marvel movie still is Punisher Warzone, and it probably always will be.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'm getting tired of Pedro Pascal. I don't want to see him.
Yeah, he's in every. He's like the non-black woman version of who's the chick with the bug eyes? Whatever.
Deborah Wilson.
Yeah, he's
also not like
but not black.
Particularly good at anything. He's just like normal actor man.
Just guy.
Well, it's also weird because he's so goofy looking.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it looks strange. I think I liked the first season of Mandalorian. I can't remember. But then, like...
It was decent
almost
enough.
Immediately into the second, I just switched off. Once I realized, I'm like, oh, Star Wars is in this, I was like, I don't want to watch this.
The second
I have a friend who keeps trying to get me to watch it, and then I'm just like, I've heard nothing but terrible things about every single Star Wars project for the past 10 years. I do not want to watch 8 episodes of The Mandalorian.
Season 1 of The Mandalorian is short and relatively decent.
The first season's like Space Cowboy.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
it's just some goofy adventures.
And then season 2 is like, what if Boba Fett? And remember Luke Skywalker?
That's when,
and it's like, I don't want to see these people ever.
The show got too big. The show got too popular, and they're like, okay, we can tie in everything with this. And that's what, like, I can't stand it. It's so boring and played out when people like, we can use this as a launching pad for another IP and another IP and another IP. It's like the most lazy, dumb shit ever.
I didn't watch. I've heard nothing but horrible things about the Boba Fett show. Yeah,
I didn't see that.
I would actually watch The Acolyte because it sounds so dumb and weird that I'm just kind of like, this actually might be kind of entertaining.
I don't think I can.
It might circle back to being kind of amusing.
Again, you're the guy who watches Movie Bob for fun, so
that's true. That's so true.
I mean, I to be honest though, Game Over Thinker 50 was incredible.
Game Over Thinker episode 50 is one of the greatest action movies ever made.
I mean, I'm shocked at because I have like just no cringe tolerance, so I'm not into things that are bad unironically or ironically usually. Maybe ironically, I don't know. I think maybe that is the 90s kid in me or whatever, but Yeah, I actually really liked that Game Over Thinker 50, and I wanted to watch the rest, but I was like, you know what, I gotta go back to the beginning, and I got to like 27, and I was like, they're just all video essays.
It's all video essays until episode 25, baby. You gotta hang in there. You gotta listen to Movie Bob talk about his favorite porn stars for no reason in a video about Mario.
I did still clip some of them. I wish I had more time to focus on watching Movie Bob videos, but because I still like have this fantasy of doing like the big Movie Bob retrospective where it's like I'm gonna go through every episode of Game Over Thinker and we're gonna study, that kind of shit. And I started writing a script for that even. And again, I only got so far, and I was like, I don't know if I can really do
I
this.
wrote a script for a review of his book, and I just haven't recorded anything.
Yeah, I still have his book. It's right behind me. I haven't. I mean, I wanted to read Roadside Picnic and The Assassination of Jesse James and some other stuff like that. It's like, am I going to read brick by brick first or after that? I don't even know.
Sorry, we're speaking about Movie Bob Nerkish. It's a tangent that I have to go off on. But
no idea.
I don't know. I think that's a good point to call it for the night.
Right. When we're talking about Movie Bob, we should just cash it in now.
But I mean, if it's been a good 3.25 hours,
yeah,
I appreciate you guys coming to hang out and just shoot the shit.
Yeah, it's always, you know what? It's always good. It's just always good when we're talking.
I would definitely be down to do this again if you guys are up for it.
Yeah.
I know you, Nerkish, you're busy considering that you're married and have children and have a job and have a million responsibilities that me and Thomas don't have. But
I'm fine with scheduling around other people's stuff. That's cool with me.
Yeah, I mean,
this time usually works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you're down to do it again, we can set a date and do it again. But maybe I think next time we'll probably do it with a little more structure.
What? Why?
Did we go off on too many tangents?
What? What are you talking about?
I think, in fairness, I will say, I think, I don't know if people even like structure. I think half the time when people listen to streams like this, they're lonely and they just want friends, and that's the background noise.
That's me.
true.
Yeah,
We're not a I don't know, Joe Rogan or whatever the fuck, whoever people listen to. I don't know.
What structure would we even
have you tried DMT though?
Oh shit. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's
But then it says do this daily for super chats and talk about drag queen drama and micro celebrities. Well, I will talk about micro celebrities. That's just because I'm like autistic about that. But that's
Oh wait, hey, did you mention Movie Bob yet?
Yeah, exactly. Like I think he's come up 3 times this stream. But
nearly enough.
Yeah, let's do this again.
Wait, somebody says, can somebody ask Nerkish to say Tyler Perry Child for old time's sake, please?
Please?
No, I'm not a monkey. No. I honestly, so this is how I know, an ounce of what actual people, like maybe celebrities go through is like people will say things and I have no idea what they're talking about. Like a joke I made in a comic review, and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I guess what was that? What was that in the Tyler Perry Child?
That's going way back. Wasn't that like 7 years ago at this point? Holy shit.
My favorite one of yours was the Fatizen review,
of course.
That one, like the fat woman voice, stuck with me for years.
Yeah, I got a lot of I carry a lot of weight with the I don't even know how many I did, 20 comics reviews. I didn't even do that many. But,
I know it's shocking just how, first of all, how many people remember them, but really how memorable they were.
I feel like it was just because I was in I had very, very mediocre entertainment in a space that was like not entertaining at all. You know what I mean? Like there was no like joy or humor.
Yeah, it was easy to outshine everyone involved.
Yeah, especially when it's just like, if everyone's going like, and then I read another Marvel book and it was bad. It's like, at least there's somebody that's, not whining about X-Men for the 8,000th time or whatever.
Yeah, it's like,
you did your your roasted videos, and I remember,
Yeah.
like you said, like in other news, the actress I don't like did something that made me angry.
Yes.
I didn't mind those roasted. Some of those were fun, but it's just like now that I know about YouTube more, there's completely no viability for it, and then also just the time commitment is not. There's no.
That's almost why I like the most, though. They were not viable videos. It's like that's why they're so great.
Yeah. I mean, they were fun. Like it's just like YouTube doesn't want to reward things that are
No, yeah,
or like.
And YouTube is technically, like Doug Tenaple was saying, YouTube, like complete nobodies can become famous on YouTube, but not from making great stuff, but just chasing the algorithm.
Yeah, I mean, I've just been doing streams of shit nobody's heard of and nobody cares about, and it's just like, I'm fine
2000s
with that.
Edge Kino games and shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I think that's another. I mean, without getting off on another tangent, I think that's another thing that calmed me down with like when I started. I was really like, I didn't really know about like SJW crap, and I heard they were like getting people fired, and I was like, oh. Then there's a bit of ego in it, and then you realize like nobody's really watching this. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like there's
no.
not really a lot of like. I mean, there could be like one or two crazy autistic people that really devote their lives.
They're usually not competent enough to do anything, though.
Yeah, I mean, I feasibly had, people trying to dox me, and like go.
Yeah, I
crazy.
wonder.
So, like
some person apparently, well, at least threatening to, certainly.
Yeah, so I don't think that there's a whole lot of like concern there or anything like that. But,
No.
I mean, even Burkle and Spay would have been fun, like if we could have nailed that down. But it was a lot of us like trying to tap dance for Zoomers.
Yeah, that seemed like a lot of production.
Yeah, well, that was all
like,
spent and stuff,
if it doesn't take off.
Yeah,
like,
it was a lot of. It seemed like it was a lot of work for. I feel like just like a niche audience because I enjoy those videos, but they just
they're also like I liked them, but also it was Doug's baby, So like when I was like I wrote like a few episodes, but it was like foreign to me. There were ones I wrote that we had written and like recorded, but Sven didn't animate. But like Doug's humor is so like 90s wacky, and I constantly had to like fit, like I think the one where it was like the monster under the bed was me, or it was like there's an ugly thing under the bed, and then it turns out to be like Urkel. That was me. But like that, I did like Doug's thing. Like Doug would just pump out an episode where it's like Space saying, "Hey Burkle," the whole episode, and then like that's an episode, and I'm just like, what?
the
like,
staring episode.
Yeah, it's not like in my humor wheelhouse. So I was like,
that can be when you're doing like a daily cartoon. Theoretically, having just completely stupid, pointless throwaway episodes, it certainly helps. And I kind of liked that. Sometimes it's like this episode has no fucking point at all. It's like, oh boy, see you tomorrow.
Well, yeah. Now I'm my kids start watching Amazing Gumball, which I was too old to even know what that is. But
I always
I'm
heard
like,
that was good too.
We're not super deep into it. Somebody's like, oh, it gets woke, and I'm like, I don't know, maybe it's
I saw someone say that. I don't know if that's true either. I have no idea. Maybe it does.
It could be one of those things where like I've seen them reference things, but it's almost like mocking in a way, or not, or at least acknowledging it. Like the mom like made she was like whining about men, but it was almost like a joke, like about people that do that, not so much like.
Yeah,
so it's like I don't know.
And I know that like I think the voice actor for Gumball got canceled for some reason.
Well, I mean that's just common. Probably like sexual assault or something.
Of course. It's a voice actor, of course.
But yeah, that's a good show, and like the stupidity of it, I think I'm like it's kind of refreshing. Like they're just like goofy, dumb. That probably should have been like the direction Burkle and Spay went or something. But,
somebody says, is it because of the SJW episode with the cactus? I guess that's about.
I don't know if we haven't even gotten that far.
Yeah, I don't know.
But the animation's really impressive. Like the
it's very strange.
Even with
like
the claymation
characters, just puppets. It's weird.
Yeah, there's a lot of intentional clashing with it. That's kind of cool.
It kind of reminds me of Smiling Friends. Like the way they'll have a character that's drawn and animated in a completely different style than the other ones, and that's almost like the humor of it. like the rotoscope guy, and
without relying on that either. That's not the entire joke. There's a joke along with that, which is I like that a lot. I love Smiling Friends, really.
I like Smiling Friends. I almost had to like mute everything about it because I was like, don't, like Smiling Friends is a good show, but it also feels like the audience could easily become a Rick and Morty type audience.
Yeah,
they're trying to, but like the guys behind the show are. You can't do that with them. They're not those type of people.
With red sauce pills.
Well, just like the whole like I haven't seen any Smiling Friends stuff in a long time, so I'm like, that's kind of good because I don't want to inadvertently start hating the show because the audience is so obnoxious.
That would suck.
Yeah.
Like with Invader Zim, that happened kind of with Invader Zim, where the fans were just so annoying. It's like, oh no, I'm starting to not like this show as much.
Well, I'm starting to think I just hate fans. Like I remember when I went to a Comic-Con, I'd known with Mystery Science Theater, I'd known people in my town.
Oh God, MST
about
fans
Mystery
are
Science
the worst.
Theater. I didn't know that. Like I knew people I knew around my town that liked it and they were cool, and then I'd shared it with people. But when we went to Comic-Con, I was like, we're waiting in line. I was like, oh, I hate everyone here.
It's weird. It's like every single person you meet who likes the same thing as you doesn't like it the right way.
They shouldn't be allowed to like it a different way than the way I like it. That's for sure.
Well, I remember too being in the really, really, really clicking when I was in the MST3K Facebook group, and the revival had just come out.
God.
And that was like a real deal. But and there was like completely no tolerance for being like, I don't know if I like the revival as much. Like you couldn't even do that. Where it's like, I don't know if I like the voice of Crow. Like there was nothing. There was just zero tolerance for like saying anything remotely negative about. And I was like, these people suck.
Yeah.
There is a very that's like a very Reddit like thing.
Yeah.
I've seen that. Like there's God, I wish I could remember what game I was playing. I was playing a game and I got to a part and I was like, this part fucking sucks. Oh, it was something I don't remember what game it was. But
on the PS2
and I was just like, this is just objectively bad. And of course this like Redditors like, well, this part's actually really good. You're just not playing the game right. And it's like, no, it's like this part just like fucking sucks. Like I don't understand. It's weird that like there's a whole like brain worm. Like you can't just say something sucks. You have to. I don't know. It's weird.
Reddit is like universally fucking worthless. Like I will get so fed up with Reddit where like we have a deck and it's kind of low to the ground. Like it's not like a floating deck, but there's maybe like 2 feet, and we got a puppy and he's getting under there. So it's like I need to put lattice or something under this deck. But I was like, okay, so what's the easiest way to put lattice under this deck? Because the way it is. And so I was like, okay, how would you do it when the things bump out like this? I just looked. Somebody asked a question that was like specifically what I was looking for. The photo they had of their deck was exactly like mine. I was like, okay, cool. Every single fucking comment is like, lattice is ugly. I don't want to don't do lattice. Like the guy asked a specific question, like, how would you build around kickbacks that are like this or whatever, like bump outs, and I don't know what to. No one addressed the question. All they did was personally attack lattice for some reason, not offering why they don't like it or what's a better alternative. It was just them ranting about their the hangups about lattice. And I'm like, this is every fucking Reddit I go on. Like it's like whether it's about video games or like advice on something, or it's just like no one is helpful. All they do is just like whine about something, and it's just like I don't know.
Support. That's especially bad with tech support too. I mean, tech support and physical stuff with building. But I remember hearing somebody say that if they asked a question on Reddit, they would have an alt account to reply to themselves with the intentionally incorrect advice, so that other people would correct them with the correct answer.
That's clear.
Yes.
It's I don't know what to I'm glad I've never made a fucking Reddit account, because that would be like a mark on my soul for the rest of eternity. But they don't like anything, but they also don't allow you to dislike anything. It's this. I don't know what they want. I don't know what Redditors want out of life.
It's fan behavior. It's just like fans, and Reddit is more of a containment for that in a way. But you can find that in lots of places.
Have you seen that? Do you know Flesh Simulator? he's like a YouTuber who's kind of like an autistic conspiracy theorist, but he has this whole thing about like how Reddit is mostly like bots, and that they did some sort. I can't. I'm doing a very.
Is it like the dead internet
summary.
theory?
Yeah, but it's like I forget what the video is. It's like Reddit is a psyop or something like that. But it's basically like
I can believe that.
They track down like the majority of where the posts are coming from, and it's basically like this data center in like Virginia, which is, and it's like that's very
like Quantico or
he was
something.
using the example. He was using the example of like compliance group thinking, where like you would come in somewhere and be like, I don't know, like the Washington Monument has four presidents on it, and then everyone's like, no, what? And then you eventually just start like falling into a group think where you're like, oh yeah, it has five or six presidents, whatever. You know, like it just kind of suppresses your urge to stand out and say anything. And I'm like, that is totally Reddit, but then sometimes I'm like, the opinions on there are so shit. There has to be some people on there, like one time I was considered, this is before, you know, we got another pet, but there's a period where I was considering getting a hamster for my daughter. And I was like, okay, what do you gotta get for like a fucking hamster? And I looked on Reddit, somebody asked a similar question. Again, no advice. The only I work at pet. I won't even. Children actually shouldn't even have hamsters. I won't. You know, sometimes parents come in with children, and I won't even sell the kids a hamster. I'm like, shut the fuck up.
Well,
like,
Redditors hate kids. It's fucking weird.
Yeah, anti-natal Reddit.
It's just so insane. That's like, you don't work at a PetSmart and deny hamster. You know what I mean? Like, I don't believe it at all. Like, I could be like, I'm feeding this to my fucking snake. You know,
well,
I mean?
it circles back to like what we were talking about earlier with like the nerd at GameStop who's like, you don't want to buy this. It's like, what is your problem? You work here. Like, just give people advice.
Yeah, you know those people had Reddit accounts too, of course.
We need bullying to come back. Because there's
yes.
like, I never get as irritated as I do when I go on Reddit, like, or I stumble onto Reddit looking for something. And I'm like, please, just somebody has to have like an answer. Just somebody, just like nothing. I imagine
if I look up anything, Reddit is the last Q&A area I will go to because they're always wrong.
Yeah,
I feel like the only time that it'd be useful is if I was looking for some degenerate shit, like who's the best furry porn actress or something, and they'd be like, oh, let me tell you, like it'd probably only be useful in the most degenerate, screwed up circumstances. There's probably never any other circumstance in which they're helpful or useful or anything. It has to be like the most screwed up thing. If I wanted to spit on somebody with kids, what's the easiest way to get away with it or something? They'd be like, oh, let me help you out.
Yeah, it's not even like an echo chamber. It's just like collective.
It's
like hell.
Derangement. I don't know. Like, no one seems to like each other.
Even people on Reddit. There was the r/piss story where the guy.
We all know
that story is perfect because it's the guy who's like, I argued with somebody about Italian food, so they became obsessed with me. And I go to block him, and I notice his latest post is on r/piss, talking about drinking his own piss. And I realized I was arguing with a guy who drinks his own piss. This site is horrible. And that sums up Reddit and, in a way, fans perfectly, right to the end.
But my buddy, who's, you know, liberal and he's more like a shit lib, and he's kind of like, you know, he's gay. Reddit is his primary thing, and he's a good barometer, you know what I mean, to see where our worldviews are and like what he's being fed and stuff like that. Because he was, I think, the first person that was like hysterical about like Project 2025, and you know, he's like, and then he would say things sometimes where I'd have to like calm him down. He'd be like, I saw Matt Walsh saying, he said that Project 2025 was the plan all along. I'm like, yeah, that's a joke, you know. And then I had to send him screenshots. I'm like, everyone's joking about it.
Yeah, it's,
you know,
Matt
like,
Walsh. Like, it's fucking one of the softest people in the conservative side.
Yeah, people don't. I don't understand how people get like that bent out of shape about it. I had someone try to sit me down and make me watch a 12-minute Jimmy Kimmel clip, and I'm just like, what was the goal here?
He sent me something from Reddit once about again, I'm not even a huge Gavin fan. Like, I don't really, he can be funny, but he sent me something with Gavin. I think it's the Proud Boys came up, and I was like, I don't think the Proud Boys are really that spooky. You know,
they don't even really exist anymore.
Yeah. I was like, they're not. So he like sent me this clip that he thought was very convincing of Gavin on Rogan talking about the initiation for the Proud Boys, which is just retarded shit where it's like you punch each other and say your favorite cereals.
Yeah,
and,
naming 5 cereals.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it was set to like super spooky music, you know. It's like, meow, meow, and then it's like, what are you like? I was like, is it, you know, all these
emotional manipulation.
Yeah, and I was like, is this supposed to be like, was this the checkmate or something? Like, I was, you know, I was like, I don't know what. And then I commented because I always make fun of him where he'll say something's good, and I'm like, you cry because music is in things. Like you'll watch like Grey's Anatomy, and then there'll be like sad music, and it'll make you cry. It's like you're just easily manipulated. He's like, I'm not, but it's like that all that spooky music does is just that. Now this is very good at that, or they were until they became irrelevant. But you know, now this would do that. It'd like show little clips and be like, ooh, Matt Getz is pedophile or some shit. I don't know, you know, like whatever the hell the thing they're talking about is.
Yeah, and that's exclusively like a left wing thing. Like the right seems to think that you can like make a joke out of everything, and it doesn't necessarily always work. Yeah. But like the spooky music, emotional manipulation tactic it's so weird. It's very strange to me, and I've seen it so many times.
That's where Dogma 95 I think came from, was not Gus Van Sant, but the guy who directed Antichrist and goofy shit like that. But he was like, we should have movies where there's no soundtrack. And I think that doesn't really work, but at the same time, I understand the sentiment is like manipulating the audience so blatantly with music like that is kind of cheesy sometimes. So that's what they're trying to do with those.
But on the flip side, I was just talking about how scores can make or break a movie. But like, on the flip side, you know, my buddy will like there, not just him. I know people who will like if something elicits a response that mean good to them. You know, like like, I cried, that mean good.
It's like when someone makes a video of like a dog and it's doing cute dog things, but for some reason they add like weird cutesy music to it. It's like, yeah, we know it's a dog, it's cute, but like those videos get like a ton of traction because like normies see it and like, oh, the music, they don't clock that the music like enhances it for them somehow.
Yeah, not even consciously. It's completely.
Yeah, it's very weird.
Or like, you know, I can make most people cry if I showed like that. There's a scene in Derek with Ricky Gervais where like a dog had to be put down, you know, and it's like he's holding it, like he plays like a retard in that show, and he's like holding the dog's paw and sad music's playing, and I'm like, I could show that to the majority of people and they probably cry, not because it's, you know, it's just a kind of sad thing, and then like super sad music, and then cutting to like Ricky Gervais crying and like a dog's eyes looking around. You know, I'm just like, that doesn't mean it's good though. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean it's like a powerfully written scene. It's just you're showing a kind of sad things with like sad music, like the Shania Twain things, or what was that? Shania Twain? Who's the woman that would play In the Eyes of the Angel, sad dogs?
Oh,
you know,
Sarah McLachlan?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's essentially what that is. Like, it would just play In the Arms of an Angel, sad music, and it's like that doesn't mean it's good. Like,
yeah, those commercials felt like they were like an hour long.
Yeah.
I think they did studies and they found that people have more empathy for animals than for other people, even.
Yeah, which is depressing.
Well, I mean, because people see animals as inherently more innocent than a human ever could be, and it's like, okay, I guess.
I think that's I think it's also like a woman thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I lost my Google. Well, so like our dog died like 5 months ago, and it was sad. You know, I was sad. You know, like. We had to put him down. It was real sad. My wife is still crying about it. Like she like every day, she's still. And I was like, she's like, I don't know how you're not crying about it. I'm like, because he was a dog. You know, like he was a good dog. I loved him, but he's a dog. You know, and we have children.
Always inherently know it's going to happen eventually.
Yeah,
the longer you live or they live.
Yeah, it's stuff like that though. It's just like I think women maybe like I think my wife viewed the dog as a child as to where I'm like he was a good dog, and I think a lot of women do that, you know, with animals. Which I'm like, I've gotten so like schizo-brained where like with cat ladies, I'm like, is this because of that? What's that fucking weird thing with their poop that makes people schizophrenic?
Toxoplasmosis.
You know what?
Oh god.
Yeah, I'm like, is this something has something to do with that? Is that why cat ladies are so like, insane? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I remember that whole thing back in God, that was a few years ago where people were calling their pets fur babies.
Ah, God, yeah.
And
literally a replacement for children.
Yeah, they still do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know, and those people usually hate kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's you can't even like. I remember I did a video where like a lady had freeze dried her cat.
I remember that one. Yeah.
And people were like, well, "She's just mourning." I'm like, "That's insane behavior."
Yeah,
like
people got
freeze
mad.
drying a cat and then petting it and talking to it, like that's insane. Like you should be
that's a mental illness. That's insane asylum behavior.
That could be
like,
toxo too. That might have something to do with toxo.
Yeah, it's like that's not we've also gotten to the point where you can't like even remotely say anything like that where you're like, it's a little weird to be that upset about a cat. Like that's it's somehow that's like insensitive.
Very insensitive of you to say so.
Yeah, that a lady treating her cat like Norman Bates' mom is somehow improper.
I mean, it wasn't healthy when Norman Bates did it.
Yeah. I mean, the Pet Sematary is an entire movie about that.
Although that was about their kid.
No, but the modern reboot would be the cat.
Yeah,
like, it would be like
it should be, and it would be a comedy. Oh well, maybe not.
Well, the first one that died was the cat, but that would be the build-up. It'd be the kid died, and then the last one that died was the cat, or something like that. And then,
the reboot had the truck slide out explosion or something, didn't it?
I don't know. I didn't see the reboot.
You're the only person on Earth who's watched that movie.
I've not watched the reboot. I just saw a clip because I saw the original. The original's good, of course. Of course. But the reboot, instead of the kid getting hit by a truck, the truck like swings sideways and there's a gasoline truck and it flips over and just all this other shit. And then I don't think it even hits the kid. Just a spare tire fucking goes flying and hits the kid after it explodes. All that shit. Something like that. I don't know.
Like some Final Destination shit.
Yeah.
Now Stephen King's
those
like,
movies
there needs
are
to
good.
be more. There needs to be more child abuse in this. I wanted to see more weird child sex stuff in this adaptation of my book. It's me, Stephen King. I need to.
Stephen King, yeah.
He really is like that. I read this short story of his called like Route 89 or something stupid, and it's about a car that eats people. And I don't mean like it melts them or something. Like it turns into a giant mouth that eats them. For no reason. There's a point where the main character, who's 11 years old, just goes and sits behind the counter of an abandoned gas station and starts looking at porn and jerking off.
Of course.
It's clear that he has he was probably molested as a kid or something.
Yeah.
Like he just like Jonathan Davis. I'm like, we get it. You were abused as a kid. Like after a certain point. Except he turned out a lot better than fucking Stephen King.
He made some cool music and he still continues to do so.
They bum me out though. Like you look at people like that and you realize like, oh, fame. If you ever want to see how hollow and worthless fame is, just look at like Stephen King or Bette Midler or something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like these are like supposedly huge people who you can't be bigger than Stephen King. You have all these movies, you did this, and it's like, what are you doing? You're just spending your days in retirement,
can't be more
seething on Twitter.
Yeah, and it's like that's sad to me. Like that seems like a sad life. Like Mark Hamill. Like this is sad. Like these are sad. Like I genuinely feel bad for them.
It's like they feel like they're like they should have some power over people or something. I don't know. It's not satisfying to them to just have all the money in the world and be able to rest on your laurels and enjoy life.
Yeah, not even sure if they got what they actually wanted, if that would make them happy. I'm sure it wouldn't.
Well, it just feels a little bit like if you were, I don't know, I don't like anybody, but if you were out and you saw oh shit, it's my favorite actor, Gary Oldman. And then you realize he's in the middle of a screaming match with a homeless guy covered in shit or something.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing, Gary?
Like those news articles about Alec Baldwin getting into fistfights over parking spaces.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
throwing
it
phones
just
at
like
people.
bum you out, where you're like, "What are you doing?" And then not enough that it was just a one-time thing. Like when you meet me, he's like, "I come here every day and argue with this homeless guy about him reading the New York Times or something." You know, like something just like completely off the wall, and you're like, "What? This
It's
is how you
something
spend your
easy
time?"
to avoid. You'd think that would be
Yeah.
easy to avoid.
It makes me a little sad for him.
Yeah.
It's very strange. I hate celebrities. They're so. I
That's
don't
the
know.
best part of the Trump win to me is that
Yeah.
it was like a huge signal to them that like we all hate you.
Nobody
Like,
likes you.
you literally brought out the biggest names that you could, and it did nothing. Everyone hates you. Like you brought out the Avengers, you got Taylor Swift, you did everybody. You got Beyonce. It did nothing. Everyone hates you. Like go away. Just that
You did nothing, and you're 20 million in debt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't stand celebrities. Even the ones I think are okay, I'm still like.
Yeah, I tend to mistrust them, or just inherently, I don't want to trust them even if I like them. It's like,
Yeah,
I
I've just
like
learned
them, but
you just learn to
never
keep
know.
them at arm's length at
Yeah.
most, because it's just like you don't want to know about their personal lives. You don't want to hear their opinions on anything because it's going to be some bullshit.
Yeah, it's gonna be something I wish I never knew.
It feels like if you met one you like, it would quickly turn into that like don't meet your heroes thing. Like,
Yeah.
you're like, oh, it's I don't know, it was Chris Pratt, and then he's like, you don't fuck kids and eat their brains, or like just something would come out where you're like, what? Like, what are you doing? Or he'd be like, you don't have this really strong opinion on something that's like awful, and it's just like I don't know. They just all feel like they're complacent, and so even though okay ones are like complacent in something like nefarious, you know what I mean, or like I don't know. It's just I feel like you have to be to like exist in that industry.
Yeah, I think
Either
it's
have to,
inherent in wanting to be famous in the first place. Is you already had something wrong with you before that.
You're already like a narcissist to some extent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is a shame, but I don't really care. I'd prefer we have less of them. Just get rid of them
At
all.
some point it's like, well, that's just how they are anyways. Okay. Moving on.
I think it's also like to their credit though, like it probably would happen a bit to anybody if you become that
anyone,
famous.
Really.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, you're gonna naturally get out of touch to a degree.
Yes.
It reminds me of there's a Family or American Dad skit where they wanted to be the kids wanted to be the morning announcement guy, and he's like crazy with power, and then they find this they trick him to where he's like vocalizing what he thinks of the kids in the school live. So he's like, these people are idiots and blah blah blah, and they're like, you're live, and then he gets fired and one of the kids takes his place, and then they do the same thing. The guy goes mad with power, and then they trick him, and it's like that's how it feels like with me. It's like I feel like because you see with like Ellen. Or like it just feels like everybody who's like one of these shows inevitably like turns into like a psychopathic monster or something, where they're just like, I have the power now, and I'm, it's like, hey.
I'm sure I would too. If that happened to me, if I got that famous, I'm sure I would be a complete fucking nut job.
Not me. I'm built different.
Fans or something. I could see being a little rude to people or something.
I mean, it comes naturally. Like I've mentioned on my stream on Tuesday, I was like, I literally cannot answer every DM I get. I'm sorry. It's not like a rudeness thing. It's just like you have to parse out information at some point.
It would just take one person who's like, you haven't answered my DM, you motherfucker, and then the temptation for you to be a dick back to them, and then that would kind of usually snowball if the more famous.
Fortunately, I've never dealt with that, but I've gotten the you haven't replied to my DM, and it's just like, sorry, I got 100 DMs and it probably got buried.
Mm-hmm.
Send it to me again and I'll reply to it.
Doug and Mike Nelson had a thing where it was like you basically can't like you either have to be a fan or like a friend. Like there's no middle ground. You know what I mean? Like I played Earthworm Jim, but
you can't ever get close to a fan because there really isn't a real connection there.
Yeah, like just the way they view you and your work and stuff like that, it becomes kind of weird. And I'm like, I could see that. Which, like I said, I played Earthworm Jim, but I wasn't like, I didn't even know Doug made Earthworm Jim. To tell you the truth, like I didn't know until like I met him, so it's not like I really gave a shit.
Yeah, I played fucking boom bots on PS1 growing up, and had no idea who Doug TenNapel was, and then like
I didn't
years
even know
later,
he
I'm like,
played
oh,
that.
this guy made this. That's weird.
Yeah, I didn't even know he made that. Like,
yeah, I didn't. Yeah, we just always think about fucking Earthworm Jim pretty much, and yeah, it's like, oh, that's a cool game, and it's. I think there is something inherently about the fan, the person who is a fan, is somebody who just can't like leave it disconnected enough. There's like they have to have a personal relationship with the thing, with the person who made the thing that they like.
Yeah, like a social relationship.
Yeah,
like Mystery Science Theater for me was like, I mean, that is probably my favorite show.
Yeah,
I watched it like I watched that like I was a super fan. It was like I was constantly watching episodes, and Mike was my favorite host. And then when I met him, it was almost like within 20 minutes where I was like, oh, okay, you know, like it was just where it was, you know what I mean? Like it's
just some guy.
I mean, at least he was nice to you.
Yeah.
He was, but I think in retrospect, he's probably like, this guy's fucking retarded. Yes. Like I heard he.
I'm sure that's what he thought of me too, because I was on that stream. I think we were both on a stream with him and Doug.
I don't think. Well, they did several streams with me, like witnessing to me, and I think he was more frustrated with my lack of progress. So I think he called me like a, you know, somebody told me, and they sent me the clip, but he called me like a Bo Burnham type of, you know, like hopeless thing or something. Yeah, like he was like making fun of me in the sense where he's like, I knew this guy, just talking to this guy who said he didn't know if it was wrong to murder babies or something like that. And I was like, I was trying to be intellectually honest at the time, like I didn't, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, but you can't be. You can't.
I can't. I certainly can't imagine he liked me any more than that either. So, and I think I was realizing it by the end. I was like, yeah, I probably came off kind of glib or something.
So if I met him, do you think he would like me more or less? Because I've never watched an episode of Mystery Science Theater 3000.
He would like you more.
Probably, yeah. I was never constantly trying to talk about Mystery Science Theater with him, but I did want to like BS about it in a sense, not so much like what was it like making this episode, but more like, you know, I was trying to pry out like, what do you think of the new Mystery Science Theater, like stuff like that. Like I was always got like,
please trash it.
He kind of did. Like it was like, it wasn't like, you know, an overt thing, but I got the impression that he was not.
Yeah.
You know, he's like, we're not. I think it was more like we're not worried about it. Like at Rift Tracks, like we're not worried about the reboot sort of thing. So I was like, okay. And
Rift
then, you know,
Tracks,
I had a few stories.
Rift Tracks is the only reason why I watched Daredevil as many times as I did. That fucking
even Rift Tracks though like bums me out a little bit though, because you could tell he has like woke writers and they won't go as hard on something, and it makes me sad because I'm like, one of the funniest things in those sci-fi seasons of Mystery Science Theater is just like how they'll just randomly pick something like a woman's skinny and then they just like start dogging on her for being like skinny, or just like random things, and then it becomes a running joke, or they're just like oddly mean-spirited in like a kind of like offhanded way, so it's not like, you know, super mean.
Yeah, the chick from Devilfish is like, should I have food? Oh no, probably not. Just fucking goofing on her.
Or all the jokes about Troy, you know, in Rousdower.
Yeah.
Like just, which by the way, you
just
can't
bullying
find
him.
Rousdower anymore. They there's like a handful of episodes, which I'm glad
they wiped it.
Yeah, because of like
they got too popular.
Right. It has no, it has something to do with like the rights of the people in the movies won't allow them to publish it. So you can no longer find like Rousdower on like YouTube or whatever the hell streaming thing Joel's trying to do to make money. So I'm glad that I have torrents of them.
I downloaded a bunch of torrents and I even burned a bunch of them to DVD, and I have just a giant like CD wallet of all the MST3K movies that I burned to DVD. And it was like 10 years ago.
Yeah. I had a bunch of those, and then I got rid of the DVDs because they're taking up space. And I was like, what am I going to watch DVDs? But and then I found out, they got rid of him, and I was like, I was hyperventilating. I was like, oh, what if in 2 years I want to watch Rousdower? Like I was just.
You never know.
Which is funny because I always make fun of lost media people. Like I fucking hate lost media people. Where it's like, oh, there was actually a commercial with Ronald McDonald and Mickey Mouse that came out in 1981, but I do, and they're freaking out because it's just gone. No one can find it. I'm like, who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Like, like, I don't know.
MSCGK
the rough me is I do get paranoid about stuff like that, but I buy the things that I like, and then I don't buy things that I'm like lukewarm on.
I get paranoid about things like that I kind of like I was a little bummed out about like I didn't even watch Aqua Teen in its entirety. But I watched like a few seasons of Aqua Teen. I like it. And I was just like, oh, they're getting rid of some episodes, and like,
oh yeah, they pulled
just stuff like that, like, yeah, the idea that like certain things, like my buddy likes 30 Rock a lot, and I think they pulled 2 episodes or something.
They got rid of some of the best episodes of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Yeah,
which what's his name, Rob or whatever, is like, he seems like he's getting a little, like trying to be a little mainstream and a little bit like, well, it's censorship's not bad, and you could be woke and funny, and it's like, you have like 5 episodes of your show like deleted. What are you talking about?
Yeah, the Tranche Collection episode is gone. You can't watch it on streaming at all. I have it on Blu-ray, but it's just like, it's just weird to think about. Like this episode that I grew up with and thought was like a classic, they're
the Simpsons
trying to erase
too. I don't. Like they buy The Simpsons, they buy Fox, so they own The Simpsons. Disney does that, and then they're like, now we're going to get rid of a couple episodes. It's like, why would people even want to watch it then if you're going to just get rid of episodes that they would probably watch?
I'm mixed on It's Always Sunny. I like the first few seasons, but then I think like everyone just started becoming like caricatures. Like it started going like off the rails to me. But
no, I get you.
But those first few seasons, I forgot like how like I saw a clip of the thing where the dentist system. I was like, holy shit, that was fucking funny. Like I forgot about how funny, because the joke of that was like it was just like
just
harassing
rapist,
a woman.
Basically.
Yeah, and I was like, damn, that was funny. Like just the whole, because at first it's like you see the joke and then you could kind of tell where it's going, but then like it just goes in like a slightly different direction enough to like. And then it's not even about sleeping with her. It just becomes about like harassing a woman. And it's like, damn, that was funny. Like,
and he's pitching it to all of them, and like they're going to be approving of it, especially his sister.
I think that was the thing that got me with It's Always Sunny. It's like there needs to be like a straight man, and then like nobody was the straight man anymore.
Dennis was the straight man for a while, and then it just
opposite.
Yeah, and then I think it was like seasons 4 or 5 where they're just like, we're gonna ramp up his character, which is probably for the best because he's actually like one of the funniest people on there.
There's some of the best moments is Dennis going fucking insane over the dumbest, littlest things, including the smoke detector. Whenever I hear memes about the smoke detector chirp, I just think of him going like, fucking newsflash, asshole, I've been hearing it the whole time. It's just like red circles under his eyes.
I saw a thing with it was like an interview where him and Mac were like talking, and you could tell he's still very grounded in like what comedy is, and it feels like Mac's trying to be a little more mainstream because he was, I think he started talking about like his good friend Ryan Reynolds, and
he keeps hanging out with Ryan Reynolds, and it's like
and you could tell Dennis is like just looking at him like, what the fuck are you doing? Like he's just kind of, I don't know. Yeah, it was. I mean, the only other thing too is like I tend to be so autistic that I don't know, like if a joke gets like run on the ground too much, I start to get. And they were very responsive to like what was funny, and then it was like they would hammer it sometimes. So it's like Charlie being a shrieking spaz was funny, but then he just like he did that all the time. So he'd be like, oh, and it's like okay, and then like D being physical comedy for D is very funny, and that's like they realize that. So it's like have her fall down, have her, and it's like all right, like you guys.
No, I feel you. Like there are points where it's like it's a bit much. It's a bit much right now. I always tell people to just hard cut off the show at the end of season 11. Don't watch anymore.
Yeah, that's why I heard
like,
it was like usually. I mean, that's usually what it is. Is a show. If any show is good, it usually doesn't actually get good until season 3, and then if it keeps going to season 10, that's usually where it drops off.
Yeah, even I mean, with comedy, it's just so weird. Like even like Curb's a show that everyone seems to love, but I'm like, Curb always hits a weird point with me where I'm like, I hate this. Like it'll be the premise will be good, but it'll hit a point of like we're in like Cuckoo Town or something, and it just stops being funny to me. And I think it's probably because he's so reliant on improv for the humor. Like he doesn't have a script, so it's like the general premise of the circumstance that's happening in Curb will be funny, but then everyone's doing improv, so they feel like they have to ratchet it up to like 9,000. So like the episode, even like season 1, where it's like, I think Seinfeld might have done the same episode where his wife's friend sees his pants and they're sitting weird and it looks like a boner, and it becomes this whole thing. And then there's a confrontation between him and the friend, and he's like, it wasn't a boner. And then it just becomes this like huge screaming match. I'm like, this isn't, now we're not in reality anymore. You know, like he always like pushes it to a point where I'm like, I don't know where we're going with this anymore. Like the premise is funny and the initial reactions, but he just takes it somewhere where I'm like, I can't go. And then the more in season, like the later seasons of that show, I'm like, now it's like cartoonish, you know, like the season 10 or whatever they're on now. Every clip I see of that, I'm like, it just feels like it's way off course to me. Like I can't.
I don't like it. I don't like when comedy just devolves into like people yelling. It's not funny to me. I don't know.
Yeah, and that seems to be a lot of Larry David's too. It's just like him screaming and indignation and
conflict.
You know,
I did like that, but I think I stopped watching it season 5, and I haven't seen it since.
Well, it also goes to show you, like, they would have stories on Seinfeld where, the guy I can't think of his name now, Jason Alexander would be like, "This sounds crazy. No one would do this," and then Larry David would go, "This happened to me," and you're like, okay, maybe it did, but it certainly didn't happen like it did on Seinfeld. You know what I mean? Like I think Larry David like plays it, so it's like where George keeps going to work.
It wasn't a multi-day escapade that revolved around 5 different people's lives, is what you're saying.
It kept escalating.
And the confrontation also wasn't like, Larry, what are you Larry, what are you doing here? What are you doing? You know, it was probably just like, Larry, are you still coming to work? You know, like it's probably like 90,000 times more muted than what he's portraying on like whatever.
I mean, at the same time, you kind of have to escalate if you're doing a comedy show too. But the question is, how much can you really buy it happening at all?
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Because like with one of the things I saw with Curb was like Larry was in a line to vote, and he talked this other guy into like walking out who was voting for the opposite party, so they didn't cancel out. And then later on, Larry's at like a election viewing party, and the person he was voting for lost by 1 vote, and they're like, who voted against it? Who didn't vote? And then the crowd parts, and some guy's like, I know who didn't vote, Larry David. And I'm like, what are we like? You know, like it gets to the point where I'm like, is this based in reality? Like, what are we doing? It just feels a little too.
It's an entire like, what is his name, Will Ferrell movie based around that premise. Not Will Ferrell, I forget who it was. It's like a movie called like Swing State or something. Or Swing Vote, and it's like one guy didn't vote, and he decides the president of the United States.
Will Ferrell did a few movies that were like that, I think.
Yeah, he did the one with like Zach Galifianakis where he punches a baby in the face.
Yeah,
that's what I was getting mixed up. But
it was funnier when it was Baby Yoda getting punched.
But as a 30-minute episode, I could see that being funny. As like a 90-minute movie, I can't.
No, yeah.
Unless from start to finish it is just the screaming. You go through the whole duration of like it being a little too much and then it becoming funny again as you get to like 45 minutes and that, you know, like that would be, you know.
That reminds me, Larry David did a movie, Sour Grapes, and it sucked. And I liked Curb, but I watched Sour Grapes and was like, this is like it's stretched too thin. And it's not even
I've always held the belief that comedy works better on television than in movies.
Yeah, because it's more immediate.
Because it's short, it's punchier.
I know that I'm in the minority of not liking Curb. Like I fully understand that. That's just like my.
Well, I can understand not liking it too, though. For several reasons, And like if you made a top 10, Larry David being Jewish would just barely make it at number 8.
I think it's just like I need to. Also, I'm always like breaking down what I'm watching, so I really do need the show sometimes to just like my buddy will make fun of me sometimes at the jokes I think are funny on like American Dad, and I'm like because sometimes American Dad will go to set something up and then just completely divert it, and it'll just be a fart joke. You know what I mean? I'm like, it doesn't even have to be clever. It's just if you tell me, if you have me thinking I'm going one way and then you just like pivot and do something unexpected, sometimes that'll be enough to make me laugh. Like it's enough.
Yeah.
I'm not looking for like highbrow art. It's just
yeah. And that's really what comedy's not supposed to be like fancy and cerebral and nuanced. Comedy's supposed to be I don't want to say random, but it's supposed to take you by surprise.
Yeah, there has to be an element of you didn't expect something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
ideally.
you have to pervert expectations a little bit with stuff.
Like Rian Johnson, the creator of The Last Jedi.
The best Star Wars movie ever.
That was probably my favorite Alpha T, was the Star Wars thing.
Yeah, yes.
You know? What are you gonna maybe AI will just help me do that.
Oh, that would be great. Actually be in favor of that.
Oh, here's something before we go. You guys can explain to me because I don't understand.
Sure.
So those VTubers, are they like trannies? Or
no,
like,
they're ugly women. They're not trannies.
But they're actual women.
Most of them.
I mean, there are some that aren't, but
like the main one, right wingers are always like, oh, Pika or whatever. Like she's
she's a Kiwi Farms thread. I'm pretty sure she's like missing her 2 front teeth.
Because sometimes it sounds kind of troony to me. You know what I mean? Like it sounds like.
Oh no,
I think some of them are just really, really fat, and that kind of makes them sound a little more masculine.
Yeah, I don't get the appeal. It's not for me.
I'm not.
Every time I see it, I am a little impressed by the VTuber rig. You know, I'll be a little bit impressed by that.
The full body stuff.
Pippa, it seems a little more.
Someone mentions Pippa. She has a vomit drawer that she would wake up, be at her computer desk, and just puke into the drawer. Like,
Does she do something to her voice? Like, is that the?
No, they do. They all do like a cutesy anime voice.
Yeah, usually, yeah. Some of them even drop it after a while. They start with that, and then they just stop doing that. It's like, okay, here's my actual voice, and it's like, okay, just some broad.
So that's enough to build like a following. Is that you just have like a cute.
Especially if you don't think they're in a relationship, they don't have a boyfriend.
Yeah, I didn't know what VTubers were like. I remember when people started saying Alpha T was a VTuber, and I was like, I don't know what that means.
He's the best VTuber.
So, yeah, that's
No, you're not talking to 30-year-old men in a baby voice.
Well, sort of. It may be in a certain condition. Yeah, you're talking to 30-year-old men in a baby voice. It's just a different kind of baby voice. Different kind of 30-year-old men.
Yeah. Oh. I'm glad that got sorted out.
Yeah.
All right.
Fortunately.
I think that's a good enough time as any.
Oh yeah, when we're hitting the 4-hour mark. Yeah. Although I noticed some people in the chat were talking. In my chat, people were actually. It's like 3 or 4 people. Somebody mentions, I remember when you played Travis the Chip 911 call. I was playing Warframe and couldn't turn it off. Not sure what they're talking about. You know what? That's enough of the chat. Fuck this. I think that was about Nerkish. I don't know.
Oh, see, I don't know what.
That was from like an hour ago. That chat message that I just read was from.
I think I actually know what that is.
Okay.
I think it was. I think it's when a woman.
Someone mentioned, when we were talking about debates and debunking videos, somebody mentions James Randi. Watch the old James Randi debunking videos. It's crazy how polite people were back then.
Don't whatever you do, don't watch his documentary because it fucking sucks.
I think I did. I think I watched that like 10 years ago.
It quickly devolves into.
About how he's gay. Him and his boyfriend.
It's like, his boyfriend who's like a 24-year-old Hispanic guy or something. You know, like where are we going? Like it was like.
I think I cashed out hoaxes. Like after 45 minutes of that. I was like, I think I get this because it was just that for the whole fucking thing. was like, okay, I don't care.
I kept waiting, like, okay, these snake oil salesmen, he's gonna go skip back to bunking them, and then it's like, my boyfriend can't, he doesn't have citizenship or something, and I'm like, what the hell are we talking about? Like, where's this,
Yeah, I remember someone linking me to Good Hair, which was a documentary that Chris Rock made, and it's like, black people think that and I watched the first, I think, 30 seconds of it, and I shut it off, and I was like, I don't fucking care about black people's hair.
You need to watch Buck Breaking.
I did.
I need to watch it. I've watched an elongated, like play-by-play of it, but I haven't actually watched it. I don't know if I could.
It's a wild,
none of it's about buck breaking. There wasn't enough buck breaking in it. It was very disappointing.
They're all over the map. It's such a wild ride.
Yeah, that's the problem with it. Just terrible.
And my other favorite part is when they didn't have, like, references for what they were talking about. They would just, like, pay somebody on DeviantArt.
What?
So it'd be like, it'd show, like, when blacks were on the plantation, then it shows, like, an old photo of, like, blacks, like a painting or something. And then it's like, and then the buck breaking machine come out, and it's just like some shitty DeviantArt drawing of, like, some guy getting railed by, like, some compliance thing with dildos on it. And you're like, okay.
A furry who's not used to drawing humans, but he was able to do it. They were able to get him for cheap. It's like, I'll do that for $20, sure. It's like, all right.
Everyone they interview has, like, no credits, like they're not anything, so it'll just be like, the young G.
Yeah, they're just like experts. It's just it's some guy. Yeah, it's just some guy.
If they have like a degree, it's in some fake fucking. It's a fake degree for something that doesn't matter.
Afro-American studies.
Yeah,
they're also all the type of black person that like, it's like a child dressing up like what they think like a professional businessman looks like, so like none of them are dressed well. It's like a suit that's like 3 sizes too big with like 4 watches, and like they're doing the finger pyramids, like, now when the black man, and I'm like, what is going on here?
Like, the finger pyramid is like one of the most telling moves for someone pretending to be smart.
Yeah, it's long, but it's also, they're like, at some point they realize that, like, somebody must have been like, this kind of seems homophobic. So, like, the whole time they're just like, the whites try to turn us into disgusting homosexuals. And then they're halfway, they're like, when it gets to the point of, like, because it's like whites come and they, like, butt fuck black people into being, like, gay and dumb. Once it gets to the part where it's like, like, black people are now trying to, like, they're masculine and society doesn't like that. They somehow start going like, but gay people are good, and they're like with us, and we're trying to fight the oppressors. And I'm like, you spent like 45 minutes just talking about how it's like evil and degenerate.
Yeah.
Like they have no idea where they're at, like on the same page. Like, it's just so hilarious.
Yeah, they're trying to equate it with the fight for equality while also being like, and they try to turn us into disgusting gays.
It's the eternal disconnect.
Yeah.
That
I also
cognitive dissonance.
I like the narrative of, like, we were apex warrior scholars who had mastered everything, and we were brilliant and could see for 3 miles. And then it's like, and then these gay cavemen came and enslaved us, and you're like,
yeah,
what?
That's right.
The Yakubians came.
Yeah, they should have mentioned Yakub more. Well, I mean, I don't think they did at all. I was going to say more, and it's like, oh wait, they didn't.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure they did.
He has another movie about, like, it's this. He's very obsessed with, like,
what's this? Who is this guy again? I can't remember his name.
No, not Ta-Nehisi.
That's who I was thinking of. Ta-Nehisi.
Yeah,
is that him?
Right. Yeah.
He's very obsessed with, like, black men in old times being, like, butt raped, because he's like, here's my next movie about gladiators when Romans would make the losers get butt raped, and you're like, what?
That's going to be the plot to Gladiator 2 also.
Yeah, he talks about it a lot, and
it's very...
a little too much.
It's, like, to the point where, I'm like, you might be
the writer's barely disguised fetish.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or maybe not even disguised. Yeah, Tariq Nasheed.
He's
but you know what? It's funny because his biggest fans are probably white supremacists who just love him. He's like, oh, he's great. Can't wait for his new documentary to come out.
Now I'm visualizing. I'm visualizing that fucking picture of him doing the finger pyramid. You guys.
pyramid,
I don't know
yes,
if he.
yeah.
I don't know if he uses that anymore. I think he might have changed his Twitter profile pic.
It's truly the end of an era.
Yeah.
He got memed on too hard.
Oh no, never mind. He's doing it. It's a different one, but
thank
it's
goodness.
the same premise. He's got a new suit. He's got a new suit on it.
He's got a suit that fits a little better.
Yeah,
because that old picture, those sleeves.
Yeah,
those do not fit him.
Purple.
It's like on
shiny
Shark Tank.
purple.
Like if you watch Shark Tank, that's how Damon is. He's no one ever wants to do a deal with Damon, but he's dressed like a retarded Batman villain, and he always wants to He has no money. You could tell he is the least knowledgeable shark on the thing, but he's like, I'll do a deal with you, and they're always like, Mark, you wanna, Kevin, Mark? They're politely trying to ignore that he's offering the deal.
I wouldn't even do a deal with Mark now. Take that.
I wouldn't either.
Yeah,
I wouldn't.
That'll
so
show
him.
him.
Give me all your baby foreskins and for a 50% equity in your company. Okay.
That's really sleazy that his last name is Cuban. It's like, oh, then I guess he could be Hispanic in some way. It's like, oh, I heard about his early life, and then it's like,
is this?
Wow, how insidious.
Is this I don't understand. Do we have 1,000 people? That's just views. That's not currently watching, right?
I have no clue, man.
I
think it's bots.
It's on Twitter,
this is
right?
space. Never mind. Okay, because Tariq Nasheed's doing a Twitter space, and there's 500 people.
This is a stream.
If we were currently doing more than him, that's all I want to know.
Is he? He's doing one. He's doing a space thing. Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's a good thing to do at 1 a.m.
I'm glad to know you're following Tariq Nasheed.
Holy shit! It's 1 a.m. No,
it is 1 a.m.
You just looked up Tariq Nasheed because we were talking about him. It makes sense. Yeah. Someone says in the chat, "This the wash yo ass dude." No, that was Red Fox. Very different from Tariq Nasheed.
Didn't Tariq Nasheed say white people don't wash their knees?
Tariq Nasheed's like, eat your ass or whatever.
You know what, the thing I remember from him the most, I don't know why, because it's not even funny necessarily, but he said that Asians are all honorary white supremacists. And I thought, wow, welcome to the race, Asians. Hello, Tim Lim. You're one of me. He might be more white than I am at this point. I don't know.
No, he's certainly more of a supremacist.
Whoa.
I don't know if you talk to Tim. I'm just, I'm just kidding. He's doing his foot
killed
fetish comics,
so many
whatever.
Jews. Fucking him and
he's
Marcus.
Making his foot fetish comic books.
He's making his anime girls.
Lolliconic comics.
Because I followed him, I see a lot of
gay.
What was his book?
Softcore pornography.
Yeah.
I don't fully understand any of it, and I joked with him once, and he's like, "It's not like that," and I'm like, "It looks like that."
I own a copy because I bought it because I wanted to just support him, but I haven't read it.
I'm happy.
Like the story.
He's doing good, and he's
a great artist.
I just don't. I'm not into anime anyway, so I don't fully understand it.
I don't like anime, but I like Common America. Unironically, if it didn't have that anime style, I would still like the comic.
No, I'm happy he's doing it. I've told him.
No, yeah, I'm glad he's a success.
I also like making fun of him.
He did the President Thump book.
Well, he can take a joke, which is a nice change of pace.
But because I was like, it looks like a lot of foot fetish stuff to me. It's just like, no.
Well, not enough for me. Not in my case.
He needs to throw some diaper stuff in there, too.
You know the guy. You could commission just pure foot fetish stuff.
I sure could.
You could get authentic.
Let's get him to put
what's the anime
diaper. Yes. He did do the cover for literally number 3. He did that cover. There's no feed on it though, unfortunately.
No.
He live filmed your ass.
Yeah, I blew it there. Totally fucked up. Damn it. Anyways.
Oh boy. All right.
All right.
We can,
I didn't even realize it's 1 a.m. It's like you said, it's funny to do it 1 a.m. It's like, haha, yeah, in a different time zone. It's still 11, right?
This is another reason I don't live stream because I just yammer on. I'm so used to I'm so busy
That's
that I'll
all
just,
of us,
ramble like an old Jewish woman, constantly just like, oh, why do you hear this?
Holy vey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do that now. I used to do that on streams. I used to do some streams like last year, and now I just pre-record them and upload them to my Subscribe to punish the people who pay me money directly for my videos. It's the most fucking sociopathic shit I think I ever have done. Oh. But at the same time, people should donate to my Subscribe.
Mm-hmm. Is that even still around?
It is.
Subscribe. Do I have to go to the dark web to get that?
Yeah,
partially.
Subscribe to Thomas's Subscribe Star. Follow Nerkish's YouTube account and like all of his videos. Maximize engagement.
You're not gonna like any of those YouTube videos.
Yeah, the Nerkish.
I don't even watch his YouTube videos because they're all boomer political shit. But click on all of them and give them likes.
If you like The View and you like CNN,
I want to hear about how someone on The View said something that I disagree with. What's a good channel for me to subscribe to for that?
There you go.
Wait, are there other channels? Oh no, there are.
He's gonna own the libs. Trust me. You just have to click on it.
It's called Nerk News though on YouTube.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I'm gonna retweet this.
You don't have to link. I wouldn't associate this with my YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to do that.
Too late now. It's over.
Fine with that.
It's already over.
Right. Your name's already in the stream title, so people know.
Lord.
Oh.
I need to come up with another type of name.
Turk News.
Yeah.
Wow, that's fucking. Did you rack your brain for that one?
Are we boring you, Nerkish?
No, it's just
or
Alpha T. Maybe I should just switch to the Alpha T personality.
Literally the middle of the night now. I didn't fucking even realize. I woke up at 2 p.m. I don't even notice that it's late.
I woke up at like 6 a.m.
Yeah, I get up at 7.
We're literally
I woke up at 4 today, but I usually get up at 7.
This is sociopathic of me now. This is why I shouldn't even be proud of this.
All right, well, now that we're all talking about how sleepy we are, I think I'm gonna call it.
Yeah.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Thanks for being on. Thanks for everyone who watched. Bye. Bye.